Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say
It's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask?
For those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
Good morning and welcome back to the beautiful Times Square and Casino on Main in the Maslow Hotel. This is day 6 already, can you believe it, of the Sunbet Poker Tour, starting out here in Pretoria. This is the third day of the Little Slam, the 5K buy-in, and we are down to 10 players. We had the money bubble last night. Gordon Aspelling was the unfortunate bubble boy, but Monster Jam came to the party with the Sunbet Tour, and they've given him a seat into the same event at the next stop, which I think was quite amazing and appreciated by Gordon. Our feature table this morning, we have Clinton Orb in seat 1, 4.85 million chips. In seat 3, we have Rubel Scher, 1.83 million chips. Seat 4, Keenan Pienaar, 2.99 million chips. In seat 6, our chip leader on the table, Fabio Corneli, 6.29 million chips. And in seat 7, Harold Brooks, 2.26 million chips. So the blinds will be 80,000, 160,000 with a 160,000 big blind ante. So the cost of poker has got quite expensive. And they're playing down for a guaranteed prize. It was 280, but I see it's up on the board. It's 282,000 rand for first.
So, how about that for an intro? Nice one, Mark. All we need is a few jacaranda trees in flower and we'll be properly in Pretoria.
Absolutely, Gary. And I must admit that this hotel is absolutely stunning. That view out there from the pool deck that we saw last night.
Yeah, I drove this morning with all my windows in my car because we're staying at a local guest house, and It was just glorious. I was saying a load of people out the window. I think they think I'm mad, but I don't know. My tail was up for some reason. So, anyhow, good luck to all the players here. I don't know if you mentioned we got 10-handed at the moment.
I
so
did, Gary, and gave the chip counts of the players on the table.
So as soon as we lose one player, we'll do a redraw, and then we'll have 9 players on the feature table. So we're one away from final table, basically. Now, this could take an extremely long time or an extremely short time, depending. All the players in the cash, so the ICM considerations are there, but less prevalent.
And Gary, I was having a look at the high roller as well. We've had 70 entrants already. The guarantee was 1 million, and that guarantee is now close to 2 million. The prize pool is already close to 2 million, and there's still a re-entry period.
Yeah, I just spoke to Shu, actually.
Wait. Are you ready, guys? Okay. Let's make it rain, brother. Let's make it rain.
Ladies and gentlemen, your blinds are 80,000, 160,000.
Nobody's on 60.
So the blinds are at 80, 160, 80,000 and 160,000. 160,000 on the big blind ante, which is pretty big.
Yeah, you were saying you spoke to Shu about the high roller.
Yeah, he actually fired a bullet yesterday. He said I wasn't in the mood. He said I went off, had a bit of a relax, sat and had a smoke, and I thought I'd come back in this morning. He said, now I'm ready. Now that's probably, anybody who knows Shu, that's probably the longest conversation anybody will ever have with him at a poker table. But as you know, Shu and I go back a long way, so he and I are good friends. So.
Yeah, I think he said 2 words to me last night when I walked past, and I was talking to Solly on the outer table, and Mr. Shu was there. The max I got was a hello, how are you?
Yeah. Well, he'd be polite, but he's not a talker.
But he knows you well, Gary. So I mean,
well, we lived. We were neighbours for a few years. We lived in the same apartment block overlooking Dar es Salaam, the beautiful ocean there. So,
yeah, but a very, very good poker player.
Yes.
He's actually a better cash player, I think.
Okay, so that's
which is quite frightening. I mean, he played in the big game at the Seacliff there for many years. And, you know, it's a licensed game, licensed casino. I mean, the cash game is licensed, obviously. And it's nothing to see $5,000 buy-ins there. Dollar buy-ins.
Yeah, US. Right.
So we're off and running. This is hand number 1. I hope the good Lord keeps us safe and on target today, and that the stream works well. And those of you who don't believe in my God, I hope your God helps us as well.
So Keenan Pienaar folds under the gun. Fabio Canelli gets rid of his. Round to Harold Brooks in the cutoff with 7-8.
So my runner today is Mr. Harold Brooks, because he's one of the older generation.
Old.
He is my horse for the day. Well, I've got a sneaky eye on Lydia as well on the other table, because I like Lydia. I like everybody, but Lydia's a pal of mine. Anyhow, Keenan's here. Oh, here we go. This could be short-lived.
Rubelscher making a move because he is a short stack.
Yeah, only 1.7 million, only. But I think it's around about 10 or 11 bigs with the big blind at 160,000.
Yeah, he's aware that Harold was after the blinds and thinks I've got 10-8 suited. If I move it in, if I do get called, I've got 2 live cards and lots of possibilities.
Yep. Harold will fold this. Harold's a very astute player. This will not be called. Yep. And you give it up. Tap the table as ever, the gentleman, and we will move on. Nicely played, Rubel.
Yeah, good strong play.
I was trying to get on the stage this morning. He gave me his hand and pulled me up. He's obviously appreciative that I'm getting old also. But nice fella. I had a brief chat with him.
But it shows you one hand how it swings. Now Harold's down to 11 big blinds.
Yep. So Fabio, our chip leader, I believe, at the table with 6.3, will be our under-the-gun player.
Right, so Fabio Corneli under the gun. 10-3 suited. Round to Harold.
Raise.
Harold pocket tens here. He's raised it up.
350.
Raised to 350k from Harold.
So Keenan in the big blind. He lets go of that, and Fabio hadn't called, so Harold will take in that hand.
And he'll pick up 560,000 chips for that, just that hand. The pot was a total of 910,000. There's your blind account. Harold with 15, Rubel with 13, Keenan with 16, Clinton with 29, and Fabio with 38. Okay, third hand of the day. Shout out for Siku, our dealer. Always nice to see Siku on the table.
Yeah, nice to see him dealing. I did mention him yesterday, along with PTJ, amongst our favorite dealers. They're all our favorites. Can't say that, otherwise we will have
PTJ
the
and him
curse
used to
upon us
share,
when
used
we...
to share digs. They don't anymore, but they used to share digs.
Olive.
So Harold moves all in with the ace-3. Five-handed, so hand values change. ICM considerations in play. And Harold will take down that hand.
Well done, Harold.
There are our chip counts.
13 bigs. Keenan with 16. Harold jumps up a spot. In fact, he swaps place with Keenan from 16 to 17 and vice versa. Clinton still with 29 and Fabio up top. Fabio played pretty solid all the way through this tournament. I don't know him that well. I mean, I know to say hello, but he's played extremely well. I mean, he chipped up nicely in the early beginnings. We had him on the table, picked his spots nicely, and took his opportunities. So good. Okay, Clinton with 4.8 million under the gun player. Ace-4, thought they were aces for a minute.
Yeah, almost at quick glance. And you squeeze them as well.
Under the gun, I think. Looks like he's going to get active.
And they're five-handed, Gary, so I think any ace at this point you're gonna put a raise in.
I agree, and also disagree. You know, we're nearly on final table and there's ICM considerations. Raggy aces in early position in any table is, for me, not a good moment. Let's see how he fares.
Yep.
Good luck to him. He's sat out there, you know.
And you will be proven correct because I'm sure somebody else is going to find a bigger hand. Now, Rubel with a...
Well, there's a bigger hand straight away, but he's going
yeah,
to fold.
he's going to fold it out the way because that's a raggedy ace to call with. One thing raising, different to call. There's Bozo in the background. He'll be playing the high roller.
He isn't kneeling down, folks. That's him standing up.
Fabio Canelli with King Queen in the small blind.
Got to have a little dig at David when he gets on the screen. He
Absolutely.
expects it. Okay, so what was that? A raise and then a call.
It looks like it's a call, yes.
Yeah, he's got a big stack there, so I mean he can afford to have a look at those two court cots. So it looks like we're going to go two ways to the flop.
And you see the percentages, they're pretty even.
Yes.
Almost a race.
Well, now the ace will go well in front. The percentages change.
Action on Fabio. Looks like he's checked. We go across to Clinton.
Clinton will definitely continue. Not much there for Fabio unless he floats one with the 2
bit.
overs. But to float at this stage is very expensive.
I think he acknowledged him and let him get it through.
Okay.
So well done to you, youngster. 1.4 million in the pot.
One
A little
penalty.
profit for you.
And there's Mandela, affectionately known by everyone, Gareth Khalil, having a look at the feature table.
Lydia. Today, yeah, 10.
Okay, David's wandering around with trays. I don't know, is he giving everybody racks?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, so we're rearranging the feature table.
Right here. Yo, still sitting here. Yeah.
So it's a strong possibility that we have gone to final table and the other players will be joining us here. Looks like we may have lost a player out on the outer tables.
Yeah, there.
So Big Davey didn't announce it to us, but with a redraw coming in and there's incoming players, that's Rubel just moving seats. But the assumption would be that we are now down to the final table with the redraw. So everybody shuffling round. So this will just take a few minutes for everybody to settle. Yeah, there's incoming players. Clive Kikia coming into picture there. We will collect all the chip counts for you and go through all the players that are at the final table. This will be the final table of the Little Slam, the 5K buy-in with the same structure as the Grand Slam. Quite a magnificent event, and it has been so well attended since it was introduced back at Carnival City. Had a couple events there of it, and then at other series, and now carrying it forward into the Sunbet Poker Tour. I think it's going to be a favorite wherever the Sunbet Poker Tour stops over the next few years. There's Gary out there busy helping to organize. He'll brief the players. Most of the players out there have been on the feature table, so they're well aware of what they need to do. Just a friendly reminder. I see Theo Hunter sitting down there in seat, what's that? Seat 6. It's Theo Hunter. So shout out to Theo from Waiming Low early this morning. He's sending him good fortune. So there's Big Dave Ralph, our tournament director, who works tirelessly, and we must give him a big shout out. He runs around between the satellites, between the tournaments, organizing, bringing us all the chip counts, etc., and it is appreciated by us. There's Gary on the bottom right hand side of the screen just writing down the chip counts, because the chip counts will be audited again. Once you move, Big Dave will do the counting. As Cardstream, we cannot touch the chips. Only the tournament director or the dealer may touch the chips. So Dave will count the chips and Gary will just record them. You'll see Siko on the left-hand side of the screen, busy counting the chips there and putting them ready. The dealer and the tournament director counting the chips. Now this is part of what goes on in between. The players have a quick break. They can stretch their legs. No need for a comfort break this early, I would imagine. They only just started. We moved quickly from 10 players down to 9. But they'll catch a smoke break, get something to drink, whatever they need. Just relax, catch up, have a look at the players that are on the table around them, the positions, work out a plan. You know, it's not just a case of sitting down and playing. At this level, when you start getting to these final tables through a big field like this, and the professionals, players that you're facing, you need to prep to the players that are on your left or your right, see who's going to be in the blinds when you're on the button, when you're in cutoff, etc., where you can exploit, where you can find a spot. All these things come into play. I mean, this will be familiar to all our poker players that are listening out there, but to the family members and the friends that are perhaps not so familiar with poker, from time to time we will give you little insights into exactly how it works. It's not that we assuming you don't know anything. It's better to cover it so that newer people and newer viewers, newer players can also get an insight into the game and perhaps help them along if they start playing. So a wonderful sport this. It's available to all sexes, whether you're male, female. The playing field is level, young, old. We've got Peter Sisu in this event, 80 years old. He played in the Grand Slam event as well, played extremely well. So age is no factor in this game, and we have players that just barely qualify age-wise playing. So a game that is there for everybody. And I must to thank again the Sunbet team and the Sun International at this wonderful venue. The conference room out here is absolutely stunning. The comments by the players have been, and that's from the international players as well as the local professional players, that when you walk in, it's like walking into a major event at the Triton or something like that. You're blown away. It's taken it to the next level. So to Mark Joseph and his team at Regal Hospitality and to MJPT, to Sunbet, well done everyone. I think there's been so much positive feedback from the players, from the viewers, that we can really take this tour and grow it to something special over the next few years. It won't be today. We're panning to the outer tables. Those are the players in the high roller. There's Mr. Shu in the middle of picture, who we spoke about, who Gary spoke about. So he's there. René Chamani. There's Moon Khan in the background. There's Rudy. All the players that are sitting out there. Try and pick out more players. There's Max Devison, one of the international players from the UK, playing out of Tanzania. He's come to South Africa the last couple of series and had extremely good results, both at Monty, at Emerald, and he's looking to carry it forward here. Ahmed Karam on the left-hand side with Muaz, two of South Africa's great poker players. Known Muaz since he was his first tournament in Royal Rumble in Swaziland back in 2009. He went heads up with my good friend Clinton Norse. Had a bit of a cooler in the last hand at Pocket Queens versus Ace Queen and lost. And Muaz has gone from strength to strength since then. An absolutely phenomenal player. It's great fun to have at the table, and a cricket aficionado of note. If you want to know anything about cricket, go and speak to Muaz. He'll be able to tell you 100% what you want to know about cricket. He knows his cricket inside and out. So the high roll is still filling up nicely. Like I said, there are players that are entering this morning, players that bust last night. Mr. Shu is one of them, firing another bullet this morning. So we had 70 overnight, so that'll go up. And the prize pool was guaranteed at 1 million. They're already on 2 million. So that prize pool is going incredibly well. I must admit, all the events have exceeded the guaranteed prize pools. So it bodes well for our main event that is coming up. That is a 5 million rand guaranteed. That's right, 5 million rand guaranteed. 2 million for first, 1 million for second. Life-changing money for somebody. And it could go even north of that. There's JP Oakes. He was in the event still this morning, so we're not sure if he's coming to the feature table. We'll find out shortly. He's standing in the background there talking to Rudy, along with the lovely Lauren on his left, on your right. There's Keenan Pino wandering around in the background, just prepping himself, getting himself mentally ready for the tournament, for the final table. There's PTJ, the dealer on the right-hand side here on this front table that I was alluding to earlier. All right, so Gary has come back to the back. He's busy giving Bradley who's in the seats. There's panning out more to that. There's Solly, one of the Rolls-Royce players in South Africa. Incredible tournament player. I have so much respect for his game. Met him as a youngster back at All Africa in 2009. The late, great Bubby Bear, who was a two-time winner of All Africa, grabbed this scrawny kid and pulled him across and said, I want to introduce you to somebody that's going to be the future champion of South Africa. And here was the shy young man, always ever polite, Jared, very respectful. No matter what his stature has grown in the poker community, he's always got a friendly word for me, always friendly, and Bobby Bear has been proven correct. Jared is an incredible record, both locally and internationally, as a tournament player. So there's Siko just double-checking the cards, even though he's just been dealing with them, doing his job correctly as a dealer, so that when the players come to the table, he can show them that all the cards are right. It's every player's right, and the onus is on them to check that the deck is right along with the dealer before they start play. So I'm just listening in the background that Gary's reading out. JP Oaks is indeed still in here, and he's chip leader in the tournament with over 7 million chips. We will bring those counts to you shortly. So we're not far away from coming to this final table of the Little Slam. 3-day event, and it has sped up slightly from since the last time. The last time it ran into a 4th day. Slight adjustment of levels, but such deep play still. And Gary will be sitting shortly, and he'll bring us the chip counts, the seat numbers, etc. of all the players. So the button will be on seat 9 after the redraw, which is standard for all Monster Jam tournaments, for Sunbet Tour as well. When there's a reset or a redraw, the button automatically goes to, by default to seat 9. So Gary has to run back out to the featured table just to sort out some more admin. And so when he returns, he will bring me those chip counts and names. So while we're waiting, we'll just pan to the outer tables again to make it a little bit more interesting than just watching Siku count cards. There we go. Views of the high roller out there. There is JP Oak standing, having a relaxed chat with Rudy, getting himself ready. JP is a very, very accomplished player. He was the main event winner at our last series. There's Imran as well in the foreground. So Gary just auditing in the background the chip counts with Bradley as he enters them into the GFX while we're waiting. There's Theo Hunter at the top left of the field having a quiet chat with Harold Brooks. Both of them on the feature. There's Daniel Lamberti standing up from the high roller. Nice to see Daniel here for the high roller. Purity sitting next to Moon Khan there to the right of Rudy, just in front of JP Oaks. Vigandas walking into the room. Here's our background noise from the table mic on the feature table. Johan de Graaf in the front of the right-hand side of your picture, our favorite butcher. So some real big hitters in that high roller, and we look forward to bringing you some wonderful images of them later on the feature table. Some great play, I'm sure, once this Little Slam event is done, which final tables can be quick or they can be lengthy processes, and the players are fairly deep still, even though the blinds are 80,000, 160,000 with a big blind ante of 160,000. There's still a lot of play left in there with players sitting over 7 million, 6 million, 5 million, etc. Still plenty big blinds, still plenty play left in the tournament. See Ben Cade there as well. He's in this event in the high roller. So I think the organizers and Sunbet and Mark Joseph and his team are absolutely thrilled at the turnout and the numbers that the high roller has attracted. So by putting themselves out on the line with these big guarantees for several of the tournaments, it has attracted the players. It's made it worthwhile for a lot of players to travel from KwaZulu-Natal, Cape Town and other outlying areas, and it's wonderful to see. There's a big contingent from KwaZulu-Natal as well, and from all other parts in the country. Players have come far and wide and internationally. Nice contingent from Tanzania, from Kenya, from a couple of other places. Big Davey, 100k Dave, known to us, carrying coffee, ever helpful behind the scenes, doesn't get recognition often for all the hard work that he does running around behind the scenes. So shout out to you, Davey. It's Ahmed Karam. as I mentioned earlier with Moors. Players from Cape Town that spent many, many hours studying together, talking through hands, getting them to the level where they are. They play phenomenal poker, both of them. Much respected in the poker community. And Moaz was speaking to me, he'd lost his love a little bit for the game at Emerald. Says he's getting that back again, feeling that excitement again, the love. I think we all go through that as poker players. You go through a slight period, even if you're not having a bad run where the luster just goes off a little, the grind gets to you. But he's feeling fit and well and excited and enjoying his poker again, which is wonderful, because Moaz enjoying his poker means we will see some great poker from him, and hopefully we'll see him on the feature table later in this high roller event once this little slam is done. So that is Clive Kikia sitting down in seat 9. Clinton has stayed in seat 1. And Gary's bringing me the counts now. So Clinton Orb in seat 1, 5.410 million chips. Keenan Pina in seat 2, 2.590 million chips. Harold Brooks has moved to seat 3, 2.49 million chips. Robert Carley is in seat 4. He's got 2.42 million chips. Fabio Corneli has got 5.65 million chips. Theo Hunter in seat 6, 3.2 million chips. JP in seat 7, 7.54 million chips. He's our chip leader. Rubel Sher, 2.18 million chips in seat 8. And Clive Kikia, the short stack of the table, 1.18 million chips. The clock is gone. The announcement, the famous shuffle up and deal, is announced by our tournament director. Always thrilling to words to hear when you're a poker player in a poker room.
And the clock is running and the stream is out there on YouTube. So, final table, great timing.
Fantastic, Gary.
Sure, sweating like a banshee.
You've been running around, you've been in and out here, your steps well over the 7,000.
I left my phone here. I've just missed 1,000 steps.
Oh my word.
So thanks for reading all those out, Mark. And obviously I've told the players outside, they know the status. This is a final table. This is the serious end, the business end of the tournament. So we're going to try and bring you as best coverage we can. And hopefully the internet stays stable today. Thank you to all the people who gave us feedback overnight. I don't want to thank the people who rang me in the middle of the night to tell me it wasn't working, but they know who they are. Beyond our control, folks, but we will do our best to give you the best pictures we can from here. Anyhow, back to you, Mark, on the table.
380.
Yeah, we catch up with the action here. So it's been raised up to 380,000 by Robert Cowley with the king-queen suited.
Looks like Theo might have something to say about this, Mark.
Yeah, I think so, Gary, at this stage. Theo's a very good player. One of the younger players. Big mates with Wayne Ming Lo. So he's looking down at his ace-queen. Deciding what to do. Middle position of the table. He's been erased from earlier position. From seat 4 by Robert Carley. And there comes the big 3-bet.
Raise 1 million.
JP's out the way. Quick fold is round. Rubel folds. Clive's out the way.
1 million raised.
So Clinton Orb in the big blind now with ace-10 suited after Keenan folded the small blind. He gets rid of that ace-10 suited and the king-queen go in the muck, and Theo picks up a nice hand, the first hand of the feature of the final table, Gary.
Very nice. We're dealing with some big numbers now. And the guys at home, they'll notice that the players' totals are now in a very big, prominent grey box. That's another skin that's being trialled. So you'll see that when the players are displayed, their actual total of chips they have in front of them is displayed in the grey box, and then their action to the left, and of course their details above. So interesting. See, Clive's got his cricket ball out, the lucky cricket ball.
Yeah, many stories that you've told over the years about Clive's cricket ball.
Yeah.
And Clive is a
many.
cricketer.
Too many. Waxing lyrical about Clive's cricket career. A very good cricketer in his time, huh?
So the action on Robert Cowley under the gun.
Fold. Fold.
So Robert Carley folds. Round to Fabio Cornelli.
Fold.
He's folded. Theo folds. JP Oakes folds. Action round to Rubel Sher. He's out the way. Clive now. The cutoff. Pocket sixes and he short stack, Gary.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to put it all in here.
Yeah, that's
I
not
mean, he's
Clive's
in late
way.
position though, Mark. He's got to get through the hijack and
He
the
couldn't-
dealer. No, so he's mid position basically, cut off with a.
Raise.
How much is the raise?
480.
480,000 basically.
One
So
So
against-
that's 80 over the pot.
yeah, 3x.
Yeah.
Keenan with a decision in the small blind.
All in.
I was going to say Keenan will see this as a bit of a weak move. 7-2 for Harold Brooks to go in the muck. Round to Clive. He's got the decision to make. Does he want to put his tournament life at risk for pocket sixes? Clive has 1.3 in front of him. I mean, it's for his tournament life.
Yeah. And he knows that at best he's flipping. It's highly unlikely Keenan's moved in with a smaller pair.
The longer Clive takes, the more comfortable Keenan will become, of course. And Clive has a decision to make here for sure. As you'll see from the graphics, I mean, they're almost flipping. 49.51. I mean, if the players could see the percentages and not the cards, he would have put his money in by now, I'm sure. But he's also thinking, with what chips I've got left, if I surrender these, what sort of fold equity have I got in terms of pushing it around later?
Yeah, absolutely. So there was a point to be made to putting that all in pre-flop because then the Queen Jack can't do that.
Exactly.
Queen Jack gets out the way then. If you run into a bigger hand from there, you only had the button and the two blinds to beat.
And also, you're normally at least 30% pre anyhow.
Yeah. So now he's left with a very tough decision.
And he has got a decision. I mean, you know, Clive's not one to be a TV time addict, but he thinks he's going to find a better spot. I don't know that Keenan shows his cards. Very rare you'll see Keenan show cards. So
No, he won't show that. Needs to preserve his table image that it was a lot stronger than Queen Jack.
and Keenan to pick up 800,000. That's significant.
Massive at this stage, Gary.
JP. There's another player.
So Keenan takes down that hand and get a healthy profit, as Gary said. Right, so we move on to the next hand. Fabio Cornelli will be under the gun. So Fabio under the gun, 8-3 suited. That'll go quickly into the muck from that early position.
So I spoke with Robert this morning. He's having a great time, eh? He's loving this.
Yeah, he looked like he was enjoying himself yesterday. Says his favorite pre-tournament drink is or meal is a Heineken.
Yeah.
And he was having a few beers yesterday and sitting back and enjoying himself on the feature table. So I think he's loving it.
So there's my old buddy JP. Looks like JP's entering into the fray. Chip leader at the table. And everybody be cautious of the facts, especially when JP comes in a little low ball there. Clive is going to put the money in here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, the money goes in. And he's got to realise now that the fold equity at 1.43 million is far better than just flatting a guy looking for another 9. So Robert's, Harold's got the king-queen here. They'll go in the muck. He's got to pick a better space than this.
Yeah, he still has the original raise of the chip leader behind him.
Yeah, he's neat. Just take a time to think it through. They'll go in the muck. Round to Robert. Oh dear.
That's
Money
going
will
in.
go in.
That's going in. And that'll make JP's life easier.
Oh.
He'll
Yeah,
he'll
yeah.
quick folder.
Oh, hey.
Robert's made a mistake there. He turned his cards over, not realizing that JP still has the decision to make.
So if they call the floor, the rule will be simple.
1-7.
He will play with them open.
One.
JP says you can expect I'm behind.
But he wants a count because he has a chance to eliminate 2 players, and he knows his ace is live
1
there.
million. Hold. 1,908,000.
That's too much.
Yeah, it's too much for JP. So it's pocket nines versus pocket kings all in.
Okay.
They're playing for stacks here, Gary.
Yep. We will have a player eliminated if Clive doesn't find a 9 here.
Okay, Robert actually has
Actually,
a few
Robert's
more.
less. Sorry, Robert's got less. So one of them would be bloody short, that's for sure. Or one of them will be eliminated. Okay, no help. King's ahead. Still no help. King's ahead. Still no help. Kings will win, and Clive is showing as eliminated.
Yeah, and JP would have taken both players out. He would have made the wheel.
Yeah, quite.
he
It
couldn't
took a
call
long
there.
time to get there.
He couldn't call though.
We're counting, but I'm pretty sure Clive's got.
JP shows the ace, says to Robert, look, I would have been.
Can we have a big round of applause for Clark Kier in finishing ninth in the doubles there?
So Clive eliminated in 9th place in the tournament. Good showing by Clive. Well played, Clive. Unluckily running into the pocket nines, running into pocket kings. So Robert chips up significantly, and you'll be loving this tournament even more right now.
Yes, sir. Where? But you never told me, brother. Here.
So we move on to the next hand.
Okay.
Theo Hunter will be our player under the gun.
There.
There are 8 players
Okay.
left in this event now.
You're welcome, brother. Take
Clive was
care.
our short stack. He found a spot with the nines. Unfortunately, just running into pocket kings behind. But still another good showing by Clive.
This is basically Howler, your mantra. 1,000, 2,500, 2,500 NP. 1, 2,500, 2,500.
So action on Theo. Under the gun.
Players in Howler, this is your last level for re-entries. Last 40 minutes of re-entries.
It's folded round to Harold Brooks on the button. And Harold's going to raise the button. Ace 3.
Raise. 360.
Robert Cowley, 8-4 suited, goes into the muck. Fabio Cornelli, the Jack 7 suited in the big blind. He's working out whether he wants to defend. 200 to call into 760, decides discretion is the better part of valor. Harold shows the ace. Fabio taps the table. So So the button moves. Theo will be in the big blind. And our chip leader, JP Oakes, will be under the gun. As you can see, seat 9 is now vacant. That was by Clive. But great performance by Clive again to get through this field and make the final table. So JP Oakes under the gun. King 10 suited. When you're the chip leader, I think you fancy to play that. Is early position, too early a position. Good discipline by JP. Rube will show the Jack 10 suited. He'll get rid of that from early. Clinton Orb, Queen 10 suited. Queen 2 suited. Folds. Keenan with Ace 10. He's going to raise that up.
Raise. 360.
Makes it 360. Harold's out the way. Robert Cowley on the button. King Deuce. That'll go into the muck.
Fold.
Fabio Corneli in the small blind. King 6 off. Won't want to partake any further. Now it's up to Theo in the big blind. He's got Ace 8. 200,000 to call into 760. And he's aware that Keenan opens a wide range. So he might think that his Ace 8 is even good. He doesn't realize that he's totally dominated. This is the problem with rag aces defending out of the blinds. He makes the call.
It's 360, no? This is 220.
So he makes the call. And we'll go two-way to the flop. Oh, and it's Ace 8 for Theo. Theo has flopped big here. He has out-flopped Keenan.
This will be a juicy one, Mark.
Yeah, and there's 3 outs available to Keenan, and Theo is checked. Keenan is going to come out bet. Oh, he checks behind. Checks the ace. The deuce doesn't change anything.
The scare card here would be the 10 on the river. That would just be hectic.
So will Theo check it a second time to get Keenan to bet? We know Keenan, he's aggressive. If I was playing there, I would check again.
Yeah, particularly against Keenan. Keenan is aggressive, but I think he wants to get chips on the pot here as well. There's a balance, I suppose. Let's see, he's canning out a raise here, or a bet, sorry. What do you reckon sizing-wise? That's $1 million, eh?
Yeah, there's 960 in the pot, so sure.
Well, that's $1 million in his hand. Sure.
That's a lot of chips in the middle.
1.2.
So now can Keenan get away from it?
This is where the good players will run this back in their head. I mean, Keenan's sitting on a massive hand here as well.
All in.
He moves all in, and he's going to be snapped.
All in call.
All in call. Well played, Theo. He has to dodge 3 outs on the river. Good luck to both gentlemen. Keenan needs a 9 or a 10.
Theo doesn't cover Keenan here, so we won't lose any players.
6 is a blank.
Yeah, he's more.
And that will be that. Keenan was live on the majority of his chips across the table. I don't think Keenan's eliminated. We'll check. Our graphic is saying he is, but we'll just do the chip count.
And he is covered, and Keenan is eliminated in 8th place.
So our graphics were right. Keenan was eliminated.
So Bradley's graphics were spot on. And Theo Hunter takes in a very good pot, and the defense with the ace 8 flopping huge. Checking the flop and then betting the turn. He got all the chips in the middle, so well played, Theo. I think even if he checked, Keenan was betting, the money was always going all in.
Money moves. Yeah, no?
So Theo, lots of chips now. Chipped up very nicely there.
Are you setting me up or what?
Theo will be well over 5 million chips now.
Small big.
Keenan will see that as a bit of karma, not against Keenan for sure, but he got knocked out of the main event day before yesterday. Well, he got sucked out on basically, and it was a very bad beat, runner. So nice to see Theo back in the chips again. Unfortunately, Keenan leaves us. Great player, very aggressive. Always nice to have him at the table, and nice to see him up from down south. So no doubt we'll see him in a couple of events going forward. So well done, Keenan. Enjoy your payout, which we will publish shortly. Back to the action. Rubel, it's almost like we haven't heard from him. He's landed up 2 spots.
He's landed 2 spots without having to do anything.
That's cool.
Your mate Paul Ralston. Congratulations on the upgraded footage, folks. It's looking way better, and at least half of the commentary is great.
Raise.
Oh my word. We'll get to his other comment later.
Paul Ralston says, and let's be honest, it's very kind of you all to give Gary somewhere to be during the day. The caring, hashtag caring the community. Oh dear, he'll be delivering my meals on wheels and oiling my wheelchair for the rest of the day.
I'm used
So
to
King Queen by Clinton raised up to 480,000.
800 blinds.
Hold it round to
big
the
numbers, I'm struggling.
So it's only the big blind to beat, JP.
Yeah.
It's nice to have Ralston back in the country. I mean, he's been here long enough, he can go home again now.
And he folds and
It's nice to have Paul. And there's the payouts. You'll see now Clive Kickier went away with
can't get the
18k,
numbers right.
well, nearly 19, and Keenan Pino went away with 26,989.
yeah, almost 27.
You know, education is
So
supposed to
thanks to
be
the graphics guys for
on top of your game.
uploading that. And Theo, as you see now, is our top of the pop.
Okay.
So Ralston did cash in this event, and he's saying it's a boss event, and he says 2 days work to almost break even. That's not too bad. Oh, what's not to love, he says. So he's in typing mode this morning.
And by the way, he says, yes, I'm talking again. Good man. Okay, back to the action. Clinton, King, Queen off, under the gun.
Raise.
Comes out firing.
110.
Round to Robert.
Fold.
Let's go. Fabio folds.
Theo with the raggy ace here in the dealer button. I think with the raise in front of him and JP in the small, he might get rid of this. I think he's going to fight the good fight here.
Fold.
Yeah. Takes the conservative route there. It's a better move.
JP wastes no time, gets a shot of his. Same hand for Rubel. Also offsuit. Rubel in the big blind, so already invested in the pot.
And he's been aggressive from these spots.
Yo,
There we
baby.
go.
Yeah.
What is
Shows that aggression.
So
Clinton will want to count.
if he calls, it could be a chop pot.
Well, they've got all 4 suits there, Gary. So somebody could have a major suck out.
That would be sick and very dirty.
2 million.
I wonder if Rubel shows his cards. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
No, he'll just slide them across to the dealer.
Clinton folds. Like I said, Rubel's been very aggressive in those spots. If he picks up any sort of hand in the big blind, he doesn't flat or 3-bet, he puts it all in.
Yeah, and you know, he is sitting on 2.7, which isn't a lot in today's prices, and he picks up just under $500,000 there for his trouble. So well done to Rubel. So that was hand number 12 of the day, just coming up to local time 11:52. We did start with 2 tables this morning, 5 and 5. very quickly, unfortunately, Lydia went out, and that took us to our final 9, and we did a redraw, and we've moved to the feature table, and we'll be here to the end.
Yeah, and we lost 2 players in fairly quick succession as well, yeah, Gary.
Yeah. 10-7 for Harold.
And that's a great shot, Harold, with his horse behind him, Boza in screen.
Yeah, very good.
Robert Carley with pocket 9s, under the gun +1. Puts in the raise.
Raise.
Quite a hefty
470.
raise. Yeah, raised up to 470. Almost 3x. On to Theo, 10-8 suited. He'll let go of that.
Fold.
JP.
I think JP's having a little bit of fun.
He alludes to the kings that were shown early. He says, I'm waiting for him to show my cards before I make a decision.
Top man.
Oh, good stuff, JP. Lovely dry sense of humor as well. A very accomplished poker player. One of life's gentlemen, Gary.
Yeah, for sure.
So the button moves. Robert Carley will be our under the gun player. He's got 8-7 suited. A nice looking hand, but from too early a position. There are a lot of other players that are very aggressive that play that from there. Round to Theo. Jack 4 offsuit. Folds it. JP into the muck. Rubel thought about stealing from the button, decided not to.
Yeah.
Fold.
Round to Clinton in the small blind. He's been very aggressive blind on blind. But he has Harold behind him, and Harold is not one that you push around in the blinds. He's called.
Checked it back. So that's it. We'll see a flop 2 ways. Small blind, big blind. 6-3 versus Queen 2. He who bets first, huh?
Yeah, and there goes Clinton.
Here's the betting lead. Round to
210.
Harold. Harold's going to decide whether or not he's got any draws here or anything. Discretion being the better part of valor. Gets out of the way. Harold is also not flush with chips at 2.2 million, so he doesn't want to be wasting them for no reason.
So Fabio will be under the gun. He's been very steady, Gary, from all the time we saw him on the feature table earlier and then later yesterday.
Yeah, it's very quiet, super solid player. It's actually been a joy watching him play.
Fold.
Nothing for any of the players yet. Around to JP. Pocket kings, Gary.
What is JP going to do? Small bet induce some action. Big bet thin the field. looks like it's smallish.
Raise 400,000.
Exactly a pot-sized bet. Rubel show with ace-9. Like I said to you, he's been very aggressive in these spots, Gary.
Yeah, he could come unstuck.
He's having a good
I
old
mean,
think
that's
about it.
well within his shoving range, by the way, Mark. You're absolutely right.
There we go.
Yeah, good call. And I think that's probably what JP was looking for, to be honest, with his bet sizing.
Yeah, he just made it a pot-sized bet.
I mean, there'll be no hanging around from JP once it gets round to him, of course.
Harold in the small blind.
Queen 7 suited. I mean, the 50% hand, the old computer hand, but Harold will not get involved in this fight. He's far too wise. What if Harold knows this is go?
I don't think so, Gary. Looks like he's not. You'll see when it comes to him and they say it's your turn, Harold, he'll be like, really?
Yeah, Harold's usually one to act quite quickly.
Yeah.
He didn't realize
Yeah,
it was his
told you.
turn. There you go.
Told you. I know Harold's game. He was definitely not
Daydreaming. He says so. 9-3 suited.
JP said it was JP. So I've never seen you. Let's look at JP. He's obviously going to call here.
Call.
Calls.
Call.
So he's got an over
calling
and
you.
2 diamonds.
JP shows the kings. Ace-9.
I mean, obviously JP's dominating here, but you know, there's plenty of diamonds out there and plenty of aces. So
Yes.
good luck to both players.
See the percentages, 64-36.
That's good news for JP.
Only 3 outs now. 7 doesn't change. 2 outs available.
Spade drawn board, but
Was ace
miles
folded.
ahead at the moment with JP. And we'll lose Rubel. Oh, sorry to see him go. Well
Yeah.
played, JP. And JP will go up to 9.7 million.
Wow. Extends his chip lead.
Rubel Sher, finishing 7th in the local clan. Rubel visiting us from India.
So JP got great value for his kings there. And chips up, and we're down to 6 players, Gary.
We are indeed still on the same level.
We have had quick eliminations of 3 players.
But it is here, no?
If there's anyone who's checked into the hotel, you left your car in the front of the hotel.
So Theo Hunter will be
Yes, sir.
under the gun player in the next hand. JP sitting on a massive stack there now, approaching the 10 million.
Ladies and gentlemen, the guys behind me said, please, please, please don't use your phone on the table. Table, yeah.
The dealer just reminding the players
Okay.
that the
Apparently
cell
is-
phones interfere with the RF readers for the cards.
Is affecting
them
the
not to use it.
technology. I can't pronounce the name that you told me, but it's a technology. You're welcome, brother. Take care.
Seiko, a lovely man to have at the table when he's dealing. Good sense of humor as well.
Hey, top guy. Top guy. A lot of time for Siku.
You thought it was going to be Christmas because Harold was sitting there. You thought he's going to call also. He's staying there sitting himself.
Clinton's right, eh? Harold was having a snooze.
Clinton says, JP, you thought it was Christmas. You thought Harold was going to call as
Yeah.
well. Now, Theo Hunter finds the kings. Yeah, the kings have been going around here this morning.
Yeah. See, Kevin Khalil is with us all the time. You know that, eh?
KK, the late great.
So does Theo follow in the same footsteps as JP? Now, it doesn't look like JP's got many chips there, but trust me, he has. Oh, his arms moved now.
Raise. 460. 460.
So looks familiar, this little tactic. What do you
Yeah,
think?
he's gone slightly more than JP went, 460. JP out the way. Harold offering drinks to everyone, ever the gentleman. It's round to Clinton has pocket jacks here, Gary. Oh my word.
Raise.
Re-raise.
Uh-oh. Time for some more carnage.
Wow, we are seeing some action here this morning.
Well,
Gareth on looking, supporting Clinton there, he's looking on. Round to Harold.
3-8.
So there's a raise first by Clinton.
One
That can't be a
350,
3-bet to 3-8.
No, it's got to be more than that.
We'll just check that 3-bet.
What? 1,330,000.
1,330,000 is the call.
Yeah, and now he raised it up, so there we go. That's better. That's better. Okay, Harold's out the way. It's round to Robert. Oh no!
Oh my
Robert's picked up ace king.
goodness gracious
So
me.
we got kings, we got jacks, and we got ace king. I think Robert's good enough to get away from this.
Yeah, I think
There's been a raise and a re-raise.
I'll fold ace king in the spot, Gary.
Me too. But it's easy when we know what's
Yeah,
behind.
but even so, just
Yeah,
based
there
on
we
the
go.
action.
Well done, young man. That's a great fold. Fabio doesn't have that same problem. And here comes the shove, no?
All in.
Yep.
All in.
Round to Clinton. I've got a funny feeling Clinton's going to have to give this up.
He's got 3.8 behind. He's got enough fold equity there. He can still fold and be playable with 3.8. You'll rethink the aces when he overplayed the king jack yesterday and he got very lucky against Sam.
Yeah.
This is on the feature table again. Final table, laddering up for money.
Well, he's getting it ready to put in. Well, he's putting Theo on ace king, maybe, but Theo's never doing this with ace queen, and he's never doing this with without a premium hand, obviously.
Yeah, I think bottom of Theo's range here is ace king. So you got to give him queens, kings, aces, and ace king suited.
Okay, table talk.
Much better will be aces. Much better will be the aces. Yours will be the aces. Yours. Yeah, better will be aces. My fold is a very big fold. You're gonna shove. Fold. You probably got queen.
Fold.
He's going to shove the jacks. Great fold. I think Theo's table talk there convinced him to fold. I think Theo didn't want him calling and sucking out on him either. We're always worried at that stage.
Yeah, I think so. Theo actually spoke him into a fold there.
Yeah. It was interesting dynamic. That's why Mark and I shut up, so you could hear the table talk. But, you know, everybody's worried about getting sucked out on, especially for those big pots. No criticism there to Theo. Hey, a nice hand, and played very well by Theo. And unfortunately, Clinton picked up a big hand. And also, let's not forget Robert, you know, getting rid of the ace-king as well. Well done to him.
Yeah, and I think Theo's just happy to pick up a lot of chips there, and he moves to 9 million now, Gary.
Yeah, it's hectic.
Just behind JP, the two big stacks next to one another. The table getting very table heavy this side.
Yeah, so I was sorry, the blinds were just going up in the background there. 100, 200,000, 200,000 on the big blind entity. Yes, you heard me correctly. 100,000, 200,000, 200 on the big blind ante, 500,000 in the middle, every rotation.
Wow, and then Harold with 2 million has got 4 rotations there.
Maybe put those chips in. Nice.
So JP under the gun. We are now 6-handed, so the values of hands go up. There's A7. Fabio is absent from the table, so there's one less player to get through.
500,000.
So he raises it.
No, it's not blind there. 100, 200. You 500.
He announced the
Raise
raise.
up to 500,000.
It's a pot size bet again. He made 400 the last time. 500,000 this time. Exactly the pot. Harold's quickly out the way. Round to Robert Carley. Jack 6 suited. That'll go into the muck. And then Fabio is absent from the table there.
Fold.
So he only has to get through the big blind now. Fabio had king 9. And Theo in the big blind. Left to see whether he wants to defend or not. He gets rid of it. And JP will pick up the hand.
No, that one must. No, this one must. No, that one. No, that man is the one must stay. I took the small blind. That man must. I'll push it back. I'll push it back. The 100. Give me the 100. This. Okay. This is your money. This is your. Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go.
Good spot, Robert, and was sorted out by Siku and JP.
Robert being a good neighbour and looking after Fabio's chips while he's not at the table.
And it's worthy of note that the rules of poker actually cover other players getting involved, and the other players are actually recognised as referees. You know, so to speak. No, they don't use those words, but it's every player's right at the table to comment on whether a hand was won or lost, if the dealer makes a mistake, if the money's wrong or whatever, because they are the policemen as well, you know, and they're quite within the rights of being at the game. The only other person who can also interject, of course, is the tournament director, but no outside people. And just to take that a stage further, in the event that somebody wants to discuss a deal, you are entitled to get a representative from the floor or from your friends or whatever to discuss it with, but only one. Some of the nuances of poker that aren't often spoken about, you know.
Gary, as a qualified tournament director, is well versed in all the rules and regulations. Interesting question, Gary. Have you ever acted as a TD for a tournament?
No, never. Well, in my home game I have.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm talking about on, you know.
No,
on,
I did
on
it
a bigger level.
purely because of the job which we do, so that we are in a. If we ever do identify an issue, you know, we can speak from a position of strength. To use the analogy of going to court, an expert witness has to demonstrate competence.
There we go.
So that's the reason we do it. But for that only, and I have no desire to take David's job. He works far harder than I'll ever work. He's on his feet running around all day.
5.5.
Robert raises with a reggie ace from the cutoff.
Yes, 550.
And he'll get that through. As I said, hand values go up now, 6-handed.
Indeed they do.
So, Mr. Ralston, you may have fun with Gary, but he is competent to comment.
But it's worthy of note that there are several tournament directors in South Africa. Sam Clark, who was on our table last night, qualified tournament director, and has done the job. Matthew Murgatroyd, who was in the venue yesterday, just visiting, also very, very competent tournament director and operated at the highest level. And I know that some of the dealers, in fact, Siku on the table here is actually studying to do his as well. So giving him a bit of a hand with his homework, actually.
Yeah, adding another the string to his bow.
Yeah, so some of the dealers are actively pursuing it. I mean, it's not some exclusive club. You just go on to the Tournament Directors Association, become a member. It's free of charge to become a member, and Jack Ethel is the chairman there. And you'll see all the other top guys, Matt Savage and people like that are on there. And by joining it, you'll get all the updates for the rules, and then you get the opportunity to pay $10 online, and you get 2 attempts at the exam. And the exam is not just Texas Hold'em, of course. It's all the variations of poker, you know, deuce to 7 and all the Raz and horse and stuff, you know. And obviously we have to learn all those games. Not that we play them here in South Africa, but Daniel Negreanu's videos are very helpful.
Yeah. And the ever popular and fun blind man's buff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a single draw, triple draw, you know, the variations of pot limit, Omaha, etc., high-low, etc. Most of which I've now forgotten, of course, but it does focus mainly on the 2-guard game and the PLO game and the draw games.
So Theo has been speculative from the button, raising with the Queen 3, going to use his stack. Clinton going to defend with a 4-3 suited.
I like his defend here. He's well hidden. And he's defending his big blind, just pushing his chest out a bit and saying, look, you know, you're not stealing from me here, boy, just because you've got the big stack. And I think Theo can rep this if he has a mind to, and Clinton will be an easy fold. He decides to check.
Check, check. 6 doesn't change anything for either player.
A gut shot, I suppose, for Clinton. That's about it.
So 2 checks to Theo.
I don't think Theo will want to check this all the way down. He wants to keep that hand hidden.
100%. He's going to come out betting now.
Yeah.
1.5 million in the pot. It's around 600.
Very deliberate. Slides it over the line.
Exactly 600.
And now Clinton has to give it up.
So Theo using the position and the stack. Picks up a nice pot, plus 900,000. That'll put him pretty close to...
I think he's chip leader now.
Yeah, if not chip leader, close to JP. They'll be pretty level pegging.
JP's 300,000 chips ahead of Theo. They're both 9 point something.
Yeah, they're very close now.
Yeah. Essentially a blind. A big and a small. Okay, action on Robert Cowley. Robert with King 7 here under the gun. They'll be heading to the dealer, I'm pretty sure, pretty quickly.
Fold.
Fabio, who's been a bit quiet.
He hasn't played that hardly a hand, you know?
In the hijack. I suspect these will get in the muck as well.
He's patient, he'll take his time. He's going to get feisty now because he hasn't had a hand, Gary.
Well, his reputation would suggest that anything that he's doing with pretty good cards, you know? And maybe he's exploiting that in the hijack, so...
Raise. 450,000.
So Theo in the cutoff. Ace-jack suited. What do you reckon, flat or a raise?
Yeah, now you see now he's going to go through the process that we just did, that Fabio hasn't played a hand.
He could actually get rid of this, do you know?
Yeah, he could.
He's got JP on his left, big stack, and he's still going to get through the blinds. I think he's just going to take a card here.
Yeah, he sets up for a squeeze behind though by somebody now, by flatting. Round to Clinton, ace-4 suited.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be quite attractive cards in the small. He's coming along as well.
So now round to Harold.
King 3 for Harold. He'll knuckle this and we'll see cards, I think.
He's got a fold, can't call the raise.
Oh no, of course there's a raise. I thought it was just limited, isn't. So 3 ways to the flop.
The
He's
only
got a
one-
gut shot for Theo.
Yeah, he got the best of the flop there. But so Hugh blinks now. Pre-flop aggressor going to continue.
Yeah, Fabio rep the king. Theo won't be able to call this for the gut shot, even though he is ahead.
700,000.
Yeah, he's repping ace, king, king,
Yeah.
queen, one of those hands
Absolutely, you're spot on.
now. Theo trying to get info. $2.5 million in the pot.
Fold.
Nicely played by Fabio. He hadn't played a hand for a while, so he used the reputation.
I don't think Theo will enjoy watching this video back.
Yeah, no, you'll think I should have 3-bet that. But the thing was the table image, because Fabio hadn't played a hand.
Absolutely right.
Because in normal circumstances, six-handed, ace-jack suited, Theo's 3-betting. So Fabio moves up to 6.1 million.
Agreed.
Theo shedding a few of his chips there, but not too many. Clinton has
Small
taken
blind.
a few hits. He's still over the 3 million. Fabio under the gun now, 9-2 offsuit. Gonna head towards the dealer, I'm sure.
Fold.
On to Theo. Folds. JP's out the way. Clinton, nothing on the button. Let's go. It's round to Harold. It's blind on blind now. He just flats in with the king 3. Oh, he's moved all in, Gary.
It's worthy to note that the average stack is 5.5 million, by the way, just for the viewers.
All right, and Harold very short. He's moved it all in there. Blind on blind, factoring king eye could be good, and it was.
Yeah, so the average stack is 5.5 million,
So,
and we've got about 30 minutes to run on this level.
yeah, so 3 players above, 3 players below the average.
Indeed. So hand number 21 of the day coming up. Our under the gun player will be Theo Hunter, wearing the super dry blue top.
You are now in a 15-minute break.
Gee, only 21 hands, but we've had so much action, it feels like a lot more, Gary.
Huge. I think it's going to slow down as we get towards the top 3. Mind you, with the blind levels going so high,
Your hand, please leave the playing areas. We can set aside the table and chips.
well, we shall see. I got money on David Rosenthal coming to this table to have a look. How about that?
Yeah, I think it's at some point 11. There's Darren Kramer, Henny Apple's coming to have a little look, have a chat with his mate JP. They're good friends. But you see, Henny, he knows that JP's got cards in front of him. He's not going to.
500. Raise up to 500,000.
No fighting cards there, Clinton. JP wins
Fold.
this hand. He'll come and see me. He says, see how I played your Jack 10?
He will
Fold.
do.
7-2. We're in the muck. Pocket fours for Robert.
He may decide to see a flop with this or play them more aggressively. Let's have a look.
500,000. He's got 3.8 million behind, so he's below average stack. I'm picking a better spot. Not against a chip leader here. And he pairs a good pair though. He could put it in.
He's having a good hard think about this.
What he's also thinking is that JP bet 500,000 into 3 or 4 players here. So he's not like it's an obvious bluff of any shape, you know.
But Robert didn't want to fold out of the blinds. We noticed that yesterday with the Raggedy Aces and that, so I think he's going to flat this, Gary.
I don't like flatting. I like all in or fold.
There we go. And he folds.
Yeah.
Fold.
Well done. And Fabio's quickly out the way, and JP will take that down.
Guaranteed we'll be having a Jack 10 conversation.
Yeah. You know, Robert counted out the calling chips, and then I think he made the right decision to fold it. Don't flat it. Shove it or fold.
Okay, we're going to go to an interview. We'll keep the GFX going so you can follow the action.
I am with Ribble Singh. He is here. Sorry, Share. All the way from India, and he came here to play the SPT. And congratulations, you just finished 7th in the Little Slam.
Thank you very much.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. First of all, it's your first time in South Africa. You've been here for a while?
Yeah, that's correct. I've been here for 2 months. I came on vacation. Joburg is where I'm primarily staying. I have a friend here, but then I love the place so much that I decided to stay longer. And I've been having fun, figured out the poker scene out here, and I was playing cash for a while, and this is my first live tournament in 3-4 years.
500,000.
Made it to the final table here in the Little Slam. Totally excited, happy. Had great fun. You know, the whole deal was playing all through yesterday. It was amazing fun for me. I mean, it's when you play poker and you're into the game, even if you're not getting the cards, but you make it through the whole day and into the final table, super excited.
And it's been quite a long grind. It's quite a long tournament, but it's a really good structure. People are very fond of the structure. Tell us a little bit about your tournament life, like any big make or break hands or any big opponents that you managed to take down.
Yeah, yesterday I was on the feature table, Aces versus Kings. I think that was streamed live. But before that, there weren't any make or break hands as such. I was all in a couple of times, in fact, quite a few times since last evening, because I was short almost all the time. I couldn't just like play, I had to go all in or fold. Most of the times I wasn't getting called, and maybe built a rep that I was always going all in with strong hands or something. But a couple of times I was called, but luckily my hand held. I mean, I had low pockets or ace king or whatever, so it held, and so I made it through to the final table. So no make or break hands as such, yeah.
Well, congratulations on your win. It's a nice cash. Will we be seeing you throughout the week at any of the other events?
Yeah, I've already made it to the day 2 of the main event, so yeah, let's hope I do well there. And I do intend to play the freeze out, which is starting soon, so let's hope I can do well there. I'm quite excited enjoying the game.
Well, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us here in South Africa, and enjoy the rest of your stay, and we will see you throughout the week.
And thank you for organizing such a nice tournament. I really love the way it's being handled. Everything's cool, and I really like the poker scene in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Rabal.
So the lovely Caitlin doing the interview there with Rubel. Interesting little chat there from our friend from India. And we're back at the feature table. We're catching up here. Mark, what's going down?
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up here as well.
Flat
Yeah.
call with the, so there was a raise to 500,000, call by Robert. The raise was by Clinton. Fabio flatted with the tens. Theo, we can't see his cards, but it looks like he's also called, and we're going full way to the flops.
Yeah, Gary bringing us up to speed. I know Robert's flopped huge.
Yep.
Fabio checks. Out to Theo.
Theo also checks.
So Clinton was the pre-flop aggressor. So if he comes out repping this ace, he's going to find out the hard way quickly that Robert has a monster. So Clinton has checked. Wow, he's reaching for a lot of chips there, Gary.
Yeah, I think that he must be scared of the 2 spades because, you know, he's got top 2 here. I'd prefer to see let this pass.
Yeah, he puts the
Raise.
bet in.
Bet.
That's big. There was
1.5.
2.2 million in the pot.
Obviously, bet 1.5. Yeah,
Fold.
1.5 million. And now he loses 2 customers. And Unless Theo's got an ace here. We don't know. But Theo will know that Robert's not been that active in terms of big bets, so I give this up. We don't know what he had, but
Yeah, Robert takes in a very nice pot there, 2.2 million.
Yep.
Plus 1.7 for him.
yeah, I mean, and we can sit here and say you could have got more value, but you know, just now it's Theo sitting there with 2 spades, and the spade comes on the turn. You know, what do we know about poker?
Absolutely.
So yeah, you know, the people who are out there touching it, feeling it, and breathing it are the people who make the decisions. So well done, Robert. Picked up a nice little chunk of cheddar there, and we shall move on to hand number 24.
Yeah, and a nice interview there with Rubel Show. Nice to hear his comments about South African poker and how he's enjoying us. So, Rubel was just saying that he's thinking the scene in South African poker is wonderful. He thinks this event is amazing. He loves the way it's organized. He loves the venue. He's got through to day 2 of the main event. He's going to be playing that later. He's going to play the 7K freeze later today. So he's really, really enjoying his poker here in South Africa.
Good. We enjoyed listening to his interview as well, and I'll enjoy catching up with him later. Okay, back to the action under the gun here, Clinton. Top right of picture.
Fold.
So around to Robert, Jack 7 off. He's in the cutoff.
Fold.
We'll get rid of that. Round to Fabio. 6-3 suited on the D. Let's go. That's blind on blind between the 2 chip leaders. And Theo just gives him a walk. JP shows an ace. So Theo says, oh, good that I gave you a walk.
Good line.
So Theo showing that he's going to preserve his chips and not burn chips just by calling because he's got the right price. So we'll move on to the next hand. Harold Brooks under the gun. Is folded. Around to Robert Carley. A7 in the hijack.
Fold.
Folds. Fabio lets that go to the dealer. Theo has played his buttons, Gary.
Yeah. Digging deep into those stacks of greens, each one of those worth 50. That's thousands, by the way.
Raise
Small
600,000.
blind immediately given up by JP. And Clinton chucks it all in, and snap fold from thing. Nice move there by Clinton.
Yeah, with the Queen 10. He's picked up the pattern that Theo's raised the button a few times in a row, and he's thinking, you're not going to steal my blind all the time, I'm making a stand.
Yeah, and I think JP and Theo enjoying that joke, actually. I think that was the substance of that.
So JP on top with 10 million. 51 bigs. Theo 8.7, and down to Clinton, who's got 8 bigs, 1.6, and Harold with 10 bigs at 2.1.
So absolutely, our JPs are a multi-millionaire at the top. And under the gun will be Robert with pocket sevens. What do you reckon? Get it in here? I reckon he's got a bet big here. He's got so many people behind him.
Yeah, he's got 5.5 million, so maybe he's got enough playability to maybe make it the
A larger
standard.
bet.
Yeah, he could go the normal pot, 500,000.
I've just noticed the orange chips are in play.
Yeah, I think those are 100k chips, Gary.
450?
He's gone
Raise.
450 under pot.
450,000.
See if he gets it done. His reputation's in good shape.
You can start taking your seats again. Ladies and guys in the high.
This is a decision for Theo. He's in the cutoff, just the button and the blinds to get through. There's Johan in the back there. Where's my Bilton?
Yeah, there's our good butcher.
He's my dealer when it comes to Bilton.
Mr. Sun approaching as well.
Hawaii Sun. Lives in Botswana, but a Chinese national. Lovely man.
Yeah, out the way, JP folds. On to Clinton. Pocket queen.
Here we go.
All in.
That'll be all in straight away.
Snap all in.
Round to Robert. Back to Robert's sweat.
He's going to ask for the count.
450, no?
So keeping it small.
1 million.
Keeping it small to the 450.
2.
So we've lost the graphics here just to so you can see the faces fully.
2.5.
Pocket sevens.
More.
1.2 million to call.
On top.
He's got to work out, am I flipping
Yes.
or am I really behind? But only raising
Well, you are
450.
dominated 70-30 almost, so if he puts on a couple of overs, then you'll put him down as a flip. It's, what is it to call? 1.2 million. He currently has 5 in his stack.
Yeah, he's getting 2 to 1 to make the call. He's got to think about it.
Well, the math is close, put it that way.
You know, but by only raising to 450 pre with the sevens, they can get away from it and without too much damage.
Yeah, I think if he'd have put it all in, he'd have obviously been in a bit of trouble, but we don't know. No, they say those sevens always coming.
No, you're taking so long, you're definitely behind for sure.
He folds. That's quite a shrewd move. It looks like Clinton showed him the queens.
Yeah, but Clinton gave him a speech as well. He said, if you're taking so long, you're behind.
I never call her because you don't want to see that ace jack or and the ace flop.
So Harold is in the danger zone here with the 8 bigs.
Clinton gains a few.
Ladies and guys in the high. Your blinds are 1.5, 2.5, 2.5 ante. You can shuffle up a deal.
So you can hear the 30k high roller people coming back. It's just the first break. This table will due for its first break in about 16 minutes, maybe a little bit less. I think they have a break after the second level. Because the first break was right at the beginning of the first level when they had to do the redraw.
You never know what that's from.
Oh.
Quickly folded round to Clinton. On the button, King 4 suited. Reaching for chips.
Raise 500,000. All in.
And Harold moves all in. So there's been a raise and an all in. So Clinton raises to 700,000. Harold moves all in.
Okay.
So the count is being asked for. Yeah, raised to 700,000 by Clinton.
8.
And then Harold putting it all in.
So Clinton raised 700,000.
1,090,000.
So Clinton needs to make a decision here. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna put his money in there. What's the difference to call? It's 600. Oh my word!
No, it's 1 point something, 990 thereabouts.
Okay, that makes it slightly different. 2.8 in the middle, 990 to go in. 3 to 1 is money. The math almost works, but Harold's been pretty quiet, huh?
Yeah, you don't want to show that king 4 from
That's probably the biggest driver. The fact he doesn't want to show the king 4. But everybody knows what everybody's up to on this table now.
He's just working out the math. It's also how much a dent his stack. He's not exactly big stack.
No, of course. Implied odds, though, you know. Yep,
Oh, he makes the call.
So
Worked
we
out
got
the math. And
Harold not afraid.
And he's ahead with a king 4, just fractionally. It's 56.44.
Almost flipping here. And we will go to the flop cam.
Good luck to both gentlemen.
Suited king 4, jack queen. There's a 4 and there's a queen. Harold hits the front here. Sorry, Clinton hits the... no, Harold with the
Harold
queen.
does. 4 outs for Clinton. He doesn't find it, and Harold doubles up.
Watch out for the Brooks in the house.
Nice hand, Harold. He gets a big double up. Very, very welcome at this time. And that's going to leave Clinton very short now, Gary.
Oh, for sure. Clinton has got 760,000.
You probably might have a few more than that if you look at all those red chips there.
Yeah. That's by seat number, by the way, not in order of chips.
And he's got a pile of reds there.
Fold.
Right, so we move round to Clinton now.
King's a Theo. That can't be right. He didn't fold there, never.
Well, unless he's not at the table, Gary. He is there, so that couldn't be correct.
Fold.
So Theo's not at the table, he missed pocket kings.
All right, so Theo has folded.
He folded his kings whilst not being there.
Oh, well, the only people in the world that will know is me, you, and the rest of the internet.
Fabio gets a walk, he shows the ace. There comes Theo back to the table. There are chip counts. There's going to be a slight audit on Clinton's chips. He has a few more than that. There's a raise here by JP Oaks. Where's that? JP under the gun. He's asking Clinton your chip count before he raises. That's just...
Clinton's got about 1.7 million, I think.
Yeah, JP's asking now, and he folds at Jack 10. He's fully aware that Clinton's going to be shoving a wide range. Round to Clinton. He's got out the way. Harold, let's go.
Okay, I can see it.
Robert Cowley on the button. King 7 suited.
Just the blinds to get through. So he's deciding whether or not he's got enough boxing chips to get these two off of the $500,000 that's sitting in the middle of the table that they put in there.
Robert saying, should I just shove this in? I want to still jump into the high roller. Theo saying, think of the ICM, think of the ICM.
Oh, Fabio with Queen 3.
Raise 1 million.
So Fabian obviously called. Fabio, sorry.
Yeah, and Theo.
Theo chucked it in, raised it up.
Yeah, he raised it up with a 6-4 offsuit. Theo's going to exploit a lot.
It has to with that size. Stack. Theo will be telling me yarn that I just woke up with a hand. Picks up 200,000 for his trouble, as he was in the big blind, I think.
Yeah, he was in the big blind, as he gets his own big blind and anti-back as well.
Okay. Harold chipped up a bit there, got himself off the bottom floor. JP still living in the penthouse. Theo not long behind him. Fabio midfield, Roberts just below him. Harold with 3.8 million and 1.7 for Clinton, who is our short stack at the table. New hand.
Clinton's chips will fly around. You can guarantee yourself of that.
A 7-4 under the gun. I don't think they'll be flying too far.
No, but he won't get blinded out, that's for sure.
No.
Fold.
Round to Uncle Harold. King 6, another 2 spades. They're in the muck. Robert with King 9 again. Did he get King 9 last or King 7? I can't remember.
It was King 7 suited clubs.
Fold.
Fabio 7-3 off. Now the one person Theo won't be exploiting and bullying is JP to his left.
Another
See,
chance.
there we go. Anybody else, Theo's raising that small blind into big blind.
Yeah, but there's several reasons for that, most of which are fairly obvious. I mean, stack sizes, they don't want to be smashing each other around. They're both destined for top 3 in the current stack size, if they play correctly and they get the right spots. But I think more importantly, it's a respect issue based on JP's results and reputation within the game.
100% Gary, and that tacit agreement, don't butt heads with the other big stack at the table unless you have to.
Indeed. So just to clarify what Mark said, he said tacit. Tacit, if you don't know, means unwritten, unspoken. So yeah, it's just an unwritten rule in poker that you don't bash heads with the big stack unless it's a super cooler, you know. That's just
I mean, it's not a collusion thing, it's a sensible thing.
Yeah,
why risk your whole stack against somebody else? That can hurt you.
Yeah, indeed. There you go, English lesson for the day as well. You get everything here, all for free. No doubt Ralston in 30 minutes will be telling me that I'm incorrect and giving me the Oxford English Dictionary
version of tacit.
Yeah. He knows I'm right. He'll just be doing it to needle me. Queen 10 for Fabio.
Yeah.
He's in late position here. Looks like he's going to enter into the fray.
Raise 650,000. Oh.
He'll get that through. Down to Clinton in the big blind. Clinton folds. And Fabio will pick up the hand. Yeah, no doubt Ralston will say something like, we use big words like marmalade spelled J-A-M and things like that. You know what he's like.
Yeah.
So JP on top, 10 million. Theo, 8.6. Down to Clinton, our short stack, 6 bigs now, Gary, 1.3 million. He's going to be in the small blind as well.
Yep.
So he'll be looking for spots now. I pretty much expect if it's folded round to him, those are going in no matter what, blind on blind.
I would have thought so. Oh, here we go. Fabio's woke up with some real cards.
Yeah, he's not going to get the opportunity. He's going to have to look at what he's holding. As the raise is coming in. That's a hefty raise.
Looks like just under a bar.
Raise 650,000.
600.
Fold.
Clinton.
Fold.
Folds. Harold Queen 10 suited.
So Harold's interested.
Yeah, he'll defend with that.
Call. Check.
So Harold has found the best of the flop here. It's gone check, check. The turn is a 3. It now brings a wheel draw for Fabio as well.
1 million.
Harold puts a big bet in though now.
Yeah, it is.
A bet of 1 million by Harold. Fabio's thinking about it. He has a wheel draw. I really don't think he can be calling this. Stranger things have been known to be happening, yeah. That's what makes this game so wonderful and exciting. What we think is the norm. Players have their own unique way of playing hands and doing things. So Fabio thinking about it. The longer he takes, the more comfortable Harold's getting. See Gio out there with Bozo and Henny, the back of Henny, Rudy, Joe Steggers at the high roller behind us, Moon Khan to the left, while we wait for Fabio to make the decision. They're all involved in the high roller.
Giving it up.
Yeah, Fabio folds ace jack face up. I think Harold will just show him the queen. Yeah, shows him queen 10.
Yeah, they were suited, Harold. Tell him, tell him.
Harold breaks in a nice pot. So Robert Carley will be in the big blind. Fabio will be under the gun.
No. Not blind yet.
So Fabio Corneli under the gun, 8-7 suited.
Well,
Here in the hijack, let's go that. We hear the buzzer, the blinds will be going up. King 9 suited for JP Oaks in the cutoff.
Raise.
Those now your blinds are up. 120, 240.
550?
240.
fold.
Quickly folded round to the big blind. Robert Carley, he's only got 10-3 offsuit, so that'll go quickly to the dealer. And JP will pick up another hand. So the blinds are going up. 120,000, 240,000 with a big blind ante of 240,000. Poker getting very expensive now. So Theo under the gun with a 9-6 off.
Next hand.
Moon's hand,
Rise
9-6
up
is
next
the
hand.
nuts, as he likes to say.
No, next hand. Next hand, brother.
JP Oaks. So the dealer is squeezing one more hand into the old level.
550,000. Fold.
So he's still playing 100, 200, but the blinds should be up. However, the dealer has the final say there on the table. So JP has raised to 450 with the Jack-9 suited. Round to Robert Cowley, pocket eights. He's sitting with 4 million. There's 950,000 in the pot. The chip leader has raised from early position. From here it looks simple, just shove it in with the eights, but we see all the cards. You must remember that the players have to work this out. He's up against the chip leader. The chip leader's raised from early position, showing strength.
Come in.
So Robert has moved all in. And now Fabio with the pocket sevens. He's looking at the action. He can't call. And JP is quickly out the way. So nice play by Robert. He worked it out correctly. Put it in with the eights there. Six-handed, very strong. So nice pot for Robert. Shoving all in when JP raised.
120,240. And 20 to 40.
So JP will be under the gun. So JP Jack 7 under the gun. He folds. Clinton still not finding a spot. He's got one more free look before he's in the blinds. And he'll be fully aware of that. 8-4 suited for Robert Cowley on the button. Blind on blind. Queen 8 suited of Fabio this time in the small blind. Now he knows last time he limped to Theo. Theo just popped it up straight away.
$50 shots.
Limps in again. So let's see what Theo does this time.
Call.
So option on Theo. He checks it back this time. So flop is 3-5-9. 2 hearts. Theo is the only heart. So he has backdoor hearts.
Check.
It's checked by Fabio. This is the kind of hand that Theo can rep, yeah. And that's exactly what he's doing. Keeps it small ball, not risking much, but small bet will get the same effect here. Fabio's aware and says, I'm a non-believer. Let me float one and see if you're just up to it. He does so. The 6 brings bottom straight for Theo draws, and Fabio has the 7 for the top straight. It's gone check, check. There comes the 7.
Fabio's a winner.
Yeah, he has the straight. Now he's going to decide whether he gets tricky and checks it and lets Theo bluff at him. He does so. Notice Theo's an aggressive player, and he's getting the desired result. Theo's going to incinerate a few chips here.
550. 550. Call.
Theo mucks. Just flat call. Theo mucked. So well played, Fabio.
I think if you put any more chips in, Theo would have snap folded.
He would have snap folded anyway, but I think with the straight there, I'd go for thin value in case the player's got 2 pair or something and he pays me.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a min click. So if he has got something, he's like basically obliged to call. We know Theo was on a move. Wasn't getting any more money out of him. So Clinton, it's his last free look before the blinds approach. He's sitting with 1.2. The blinds are 120, 240,000.
Huge is what they are.
Yeah, so, you know, he's got 2 rotations. That's all he's got left. So, under the gun this time, anything playable, I think he's sticking in before the blinds get to him. Realize he's lost a little bit there, and he's found ace-9 suited, Gary.
Yeah, that's money in.
Yeah, there it goes.
Your biscuit. Allez.
I was going to pretty much be going in regardless.
Fold.
So Theo folds the jack deuce. It's only left up to the big blind. It's all he has to get through now. It's king queen, I think. Yeah, it's call. So we have an all in here. Ace-9 suited. JP has called from the big blind with the king queen off.
Yep, I think that's a standard.
Standard hand.
The live cards.
Oh, and the king in the win. Oh, 2 kings.
Dear.
It's looking pretty bleak for Clinton now.
He's less than 1%.
And he's gone now.
That's it. Clinton's gone.
Well, he finds his ace, but we'll say farewell to Clinton. Well played, sir. Out in 5th position. And JP will take in those last few chips, and the rich get richer.
Indeed, they do.
So we're down to 5 players now.
So as Mark said, the blinds are up to 120, 240, 240 on the big blind ante.
Small big.
600k to start the hand. A lump of cheddar of note. I don't know if Clinton's going to do an interview. If he does, we'll carry on following the action on the table without commentary, and you can watch the GFX software as Brad keeps us up to date with what's going on. Let's see though, I don't know. Maybe he's going to do an interview, maybe he isn't, I don't know. We shall find out shortly. Okay, Robert picks up 5-4 suited clubs under the gun.
Fold.
It's folded round. Harold gets a walk. So Clinton got 45,000 Rand, 481 Rand for his trouble.
Very nice too.
For a 5K buy. Not too shabby, Gary.
Well, we'll take it. And the other payouts there on the screen for you.
Clinton will be our 6th place finisher for the Little Slam. Now, Clinton, first of all, congrats on your cash.
Well, thanks a lot.
And we haven't seen you at many of our events before. Do you play a lot of live poker?
I often play the smaller ones. It's the second one I've played, the same one. I think last year I finished 6 as well. 6 again. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Tell us a bit about the final table. There's some very tough competitors up there. Who do you think was your biggest competitor?
They're all playing tight, so it's going to be a tight one because now they're all stacked nicely. Yeah.
And any big hands, make or break moves that you made throughout the tournament? How was your tournament life, like overall perception?
Well, I got lucky a few times. I cracked aces 3 times. Yeah, that's how I made it to where I was.
Oh, well, everyone gets lucky at some point. So congratulations on your cash, and will we see you throughout the week for any of the other events?
I'm not 100% sure. Maybe next time I'm going away on a small holiday after this.
Well, enjoy. Now you got some cash to spend on your holiday.
Some extra spending money, yeah.
Congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Sure, thanks a lot. Cool.
So we catch up back with the action now. So Harold is raised from the small blind into the big blind with a king 8. And Jack 2 can't really defend you, Gary.
Where are we? Harold raised to 640. It's like, what's that, like a min click almost?
Yeah, almost. Just over. So
And
Harold,
Robert is actually, well, he's not short, but he's amongst the shorter.
he is the shortest stack now.
Yeah, Harold just swapped places with him, I think.
Yeah, that hand swap places. Harold got to walk the previous hand, and then he takes down. So Harold picking up both blinds helps. So we'll move on to the next hand. Theo will be under the gun.
Pocket 7s for Mr. Hunter.
He's working out his raise here. 600 in the pot.
Well, it's 400 there, isn't it? So
Yeah.
what is that?
Raise
600, 650. Let's have a look.
650. $650.
Yeah, 650 it is. Harold with the rag
Fold.
ace. Let's go from the button. Robert Jack 10 suited.
I love the cards. Love these.
I know you love them, Gaz, but what would you do in that position?
Well, I'll be folding. You can have my small blind.
That's what I'm thinking. As much as you love them, you don't get married to them there.
Oh no, you can't get nostalgic about your favourite hand, that's for sure.
Mr. Carly thinks they're too pretty to let go. They makes the call. Looking to enter your club. Fabio Queen 8 off in the big blind.
Call.
He'll let go of that. So we'll go 2-way to the flop. The 2 overs to the pair. So no help for Robert.
2 pair for Theo.
Check.
Only the one over to Theo. He's going to bet this. I think this will just go bet fold, Gary. There's only backdoor clubs for Robert.
Like 1.2 million is on it.
Yeah.
1.2 a bet. Million.
Gary spot on with the
1,200,000.
1.2 million. The eagle eye. This is around a third of Robert's stack, and yeah, he lets it go. Nothing there for him, Gary.
Nope. Sensible decision.
So plus 1.1 million for Theo in that hand. Moves back to almost 9 million. JP on top with 11 million. And Robert Cowley, 16 bigs, 3.8 million. Still got a lot of playability.
Oh yeah, he can fight with those boxing chips.
Yeah, you raise another gun.
So JP, our chip leader, 11 million. He'll be under the gun. An interesting dynamic. All 5 players left are seated next to one another, sitting in a straight stripe, as they say.
No. Sorry.
So JP, King 10 suited, 5-handed. He's going to raise that. Puts in the raise.
580,000.
Raises to 580,000, just under pot. Robert Cowley, Jack 4 off on the button.
Fold.
He's out the way. Fabio in the small blind. Jack 3 off. Only Theo in the big blind to get through now. And he's got Queen 3 off. Shows I can't call with that. Taps the table, slides the chips across to JP. So JP playing very strong, solid poker, picking his spots. Panning out of view of the tables there. And I see Mr. Kiki has jumped into the high roller now, Gary.
I saw that earlier, yeah.
Imran. Back of it, Ahmed that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I see all the familiar faces there.
And I
See
saw
Ben Cade over here.
Yeah, I saw Ben Cade, very, very good player.
He came third, didn't he, in our first event?
He did indeed, and he was chip leader for a long time. Just ran stiff in 2 hands, and that was all she wrote. Went from chip leader to outs in third within 2 hands. Played an extremely good tournament. the Grand Slam.
Fold.
Fabio Cornelli on the button with your Jack 10.
What's Fabio going to do? He's been quite quiet, Fabio, huh?
Yeah, he has, and he's picked his spots nicely. So when he has raised, he's got the respect. And he's
Raised
c-bet and
650.
taken it down.
650,000.
Well, looks like
Yes, sir.
Theo's folding and JP's having none of it. He was
Jake?
reaching for chips.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's the orange 100,000 chips. So
He's just flat calling. But Jack falls here, Fabio will be in some strife.
well, Queen 10-5.
Wow.
What
Look
a
at the
flop for
monster
JP.
flop. And
Well, both of them actually. It's a
Yeah.
huge flop for both players here. This could end up with playing for stacks.
I fancy a check raise from JP here. His checks, he's got check behind. Oh. So now Fabio has trip 10s.
Yep.
And a lot of chips are going to end up in the middle here, Gary.
Yep. I think JP's going to make the bet and there's going to be an all-in here.
400,000.
That's a bit of a controlling bet from JP. I thought he was going to fold.
Yeah, no, he's just doing the old double check. What have I got? He knows he's got a 10.
I think he's got to shove it here. JP's going to find it hard to get away from a draw.
Up and down, straight flush, or royal flush draw. Wow.
Call.
He's just flat calling, Gary.
Trapping. So basically, any ace, any nine, any club.
Yeah, 12 outs for JP.
That's not one of them.
That's a blank. And the option is on JP.
Check.
JP's checked, I think.
Round to Fabio. Yeah, whatever he bets here, JP can't call, Gary.
No, it's a fold.
Sure, but he flopped a monster draw though. Eh? He's unlucky not to get there.
It wouldn't surprise me if JP showed these cards. Says, look at this.
So he folds them face up.
Told you.
Says, look what I had. I just couldn't get there. So a big gain there for Fabio.
I think JP's still sitting on 10 or 11 million though, isn't he?
Yeah, around 10 he would have burnt a million or so in that hand. But Fabio joining your Jack 10 club.
Yeah, 10,800,000, so it didn't dent him too much.
No, still our chip leader. But Fabio chipped up nicely, so you got the three biggest stacks on the right. Harold's chipped up nicely, and Robert's sandwiched there in the middle with 3.8.
I would say Harold's chipped up and laddered up nicely.
Yeah, brilliantly. Well played, Mr. Brooks.
No surprise.
Harold, experienced campaigner. And I noticed you checked the Twitch stream there, Gary. It looked like it was running pretty stable. It looked like it was also same. Okay. So round two, Fabio with the king queen in the cutoff after Robert folded. Here with ace 6.
Raise
Raises it up.
600,000. All in.
Harold moves all in.
Snap fold.
Snap fold by Theo. He shows the ace. He was ahead, but he's not calling off his stack with a raggedy ace. So there it is. JP 11 million on top. Theo 7.7. Fabio 6.4. Harold 5.7. And Robert Carley 3.8 million. 16 big still. Still plenty playability.
So I think we're about 20 minutes away from our first break. Well, we have that small break where they did the redraw, but 3 levels being played before we go to break. We managed to trim the table down from, from 10 players with 2 tables down to the final 5 here.
Yes, we've lost half the players this morning. Theo reaching for chips with pocket 10s.
Strong holding short-handed. And he's in the cutoff as well.
Raise.
JP wastes
Sell
no
it down.
time.
JP folds round to Harold. Pocket 6s. Harold will do well not to, I'm going to say start getting excited with these.
Oh, but here we go.
Money goes in.
I'm going to be hard for Theo to fold, Gary.
Yeah, he can't fold here. It's just too strong a hand. Let's see if Robert gets a bit clever.
Yeah, I don't like flatting queens here, Gary.
No. I mean, he might try and min-click him or something just to get him to put his money in, and then, you know, that's the sort of trick you get up with. But I mean, standard play here would just shove it in. I mean, you know, we don't get premium hands so often, so does he want to risk a raise, a call, and get aces on the flop or something, you know? Ace or a king. Or does he want to realise the fold equity of his stack now? But as you say, I think Theo would find it hard to fold, and there will be some table chatter, I believe. I mean, the one thing that's sure is Robert's not folding. Yeah, here's the all-in. We go across to Theo. Theo will know there's the side. I'm in a spot. Let's just check those 10s haven't run away. They're still there. 3 million to call, so just under 50% of his stack. If he calls, he's going to leave him with about 3.6.
That's exactly what he's working out.
Oh wow, is he going to fold this? Theo, the one who was saying ICM considerations earlier.
And I think that's exactly what's going through his mind. He's asked for an exact count.
Yeah.
Call. Call. Yeah. Sorry. The count. Okay. 3, 6, 3, 8. No, 3, 8, no? 3, 6, 3, 7. 3, 8 on the dot. 3,800,000.
So we are going to the flop. Theo has made the call. He did find it too difficult to get away from. No hope. Running hearts. That's not it.
Only a 10 and 2 less than the deck. No serious sucker, and as predicted, as noted, he would down to 3.6 million, and Robert will pick up 4.2 for his trouble. Nice double up to 8.4 million.
Yeah, and they swap spots, Gary.
Essentially, you're right. Yeah, spot on.
Theo goes to the shortest stack at the table now, and Robert moves to the second place. So a big swing there.
How quickly things can change.
Yeah, just pocket 10 so strong to get away from there.
Nobody can fault Theo for calling that.
No, 5-handed.
Yeah.
There it is in seat order.
But watch out for Theo. Dangerous man when he's in a small stack.
Yeah, he knows what to do with it.
Listen. 3.338. 3,800,000. Yes. $3.8.
So you're basically saying
Small big?
if he had a few more chips, I can get away from it.
Big line, sir?
So Theo will be under the gun.
Yes, sir.
Fold. JP out the way.
Ace 3 for Harold on the dealer button. Suited. Let's see if he wants to pick up some blinds here. Looks like he's announced a raise. In he goes.
640.
640,000. Pocket kings here for Robert. This guy can't do anything wrong at the moment.
Yeah, he's found some big pocket pairs along the 2 days we've been following him on the feature table.
So is he going to raise Harold, or is he going to flat him? I mean, 2 players to his left, 3 players to his left. Interesting to see how he plays this. I don't like limping, I like a race.
Yeah, you got Fabio to your left.
Re-raise.
Announces re-raise.
Harold looks down at his chips.
2 million.
Did he say 3 million?
2 million.
2 million. So that's going to thin the field for sure, and certainly ask Harold the question. Yeah, I think that's the...
total 2 million. Okay.
Fabio will be quickly out the way, 8-3 off.
Right to JP. Oh, JP's out of the hand, of course, yeah.
Harold taps the table, folds. Robert will keep his reputation intact. He shows pocket kings. Harold gives him another tap. Shows the ace.
Robert Curley has just moved up to just under 10 million.
Yeah, he's chipped up very nicely. Found queens and then kings in quick succession. Got a full double up.
Life is good.
Yeah, you're loving life, Gary. JP still our chip leader. Has been the entire final table. Tables will go to the dealer.
Fold.
Harold folds. Suited king on the button.
You need a rest, Robert.
Fold.
Yep, he's going to take his rest. 8-3, 8-2. Fabio's the opposite of Robert.
Theo had Jack 10. Still I had defendable. So Theo will be looking for a few spots to chip up again. Having slipped to the bottom of the leaderboard from being second most of the final table.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, but he'll dust himself down. He'll get up and give it a hiding.
Yes, sir.
Folds the Dolly Parton from early.
Fold.
Gets rid of the rag ace this time. Okay, let's go to the button.
All in.
Moves all
Okay,
in.
this is all in. He knows that he's stealing a blind here, basically.
Yeah, big blind in the ante. Yeah, the dynamic has changed between the two of them. Theo needs now to steal from that small blind into the big blind, as opposed to earlier when they were the two big stacks.
So Theo will get a little bit of respite now. He's on the button.
A few free looks, and he picked up a rotation.
The blinds. Yes, sir.
So who will we hear from first here? Mr. Cowley. It's quite ironic that Theo was taking a phone call when he got those kings. Things have been a lot different.
Yeah, it's just amazing that one moment you step away from the table, what can happen. We will never know what pot may have developed there.
But I seem to remember it was Robert Cowley who won the hand.
He did.
Yeah, so he might not have been in the at the table. You know, it's just bizarre. It is written.
So JP blind on blind here. He's going to raise it.
Raise.
And we know Harold doesn't get pushed around in the blinds.
6-7. Total.
Yep, he's found an ace.
Yeah, Harold will not be afraid to get this in.
All in.
Here we go. As predicted. And JP can't call here. Might be the nuts to Moon, but not to everyone else.
Nice hand, Harold. Wow. Yep, Moon would have called with that. Actually, I don't know if he's that mad.
View of the outer room. Players in the high roller. We've mentioned most of them. There's Wojciech standing watching on.
Yeah, Wojciech actually entered that high roller. And he did try to tell me his bad beat story, but it was a bit long-winded. And I had to run.
That looked like Nikanoi there in the front.
Yeah, he's definitely playing there.
Nicky loves his poker as well.
Definitely.
Big supporter of the series. So nice cards here for Fabio 5-handed.
Little glance down at the old chipperoonies. How much is it going to be? 600 in the pot.
Raises have been ranging from 550 to 650, sometimes 700. It looks a bit heavier than that, Gary.
Yeah.
Around 850 even.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think it's nearer the million, so. Well, they fours.
He's trimmed off a bit.
Yeah, 750.
Raise. 750,000.
He had over 800, then he trimmed it back. Blinds are quickly given up.
Easy game.
Plus 600,000, just like that.
Yep. Plus 3 times the starting stack.
4 times, wow.
What's the starting stack? 150.
150, yeah.
So it's 300,000, 600,000. Yeah.
So Theo is under the gun. Jack 5 suited. JP in the cutoff for the pocket 10s. Makes the raise.
600,000.
Pot size exactly. Robert and Harold quickly out the way. It's round to
Fold.
Fabio. The big blind. He's only got 8-5 offsuit. He folds them. And JP will buy some
still a minute.
reputation points. Shows the 10s.
Lost it.
So you see the gap there is closed between Robert and JP. The other three fairly close to one another.
Players in the littles there, you are on a 15-minute break.
So JP under the gun with the king 8 suited. I think he's going to raise this again, Gary. His reputation is strong. Just showed 10s. reaches for chips. Standard raise, 600,000.
Raise 600.
Harold is absent from the table. So around to Robert Carley. That would have also factored in with JP. They had one less player to get through. Robert out the way. And looks like we are going to our break now, Gary.
It does.
We will be on a 15-minute break, and we will rejoin the viewers in 15 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Times Square Casino for the final table of the Little Slam, day 3 of this event and the 6th day of the Sunbet Poker Tour at the lovely Times Square and Casino, Menlyn on Main, in the Maslow Hotel. Players have had a 15-minute break. They freshened up. We caught up with a few players in the break.
Yo, shit.
Obviously not discussing
Very
any of
loud,
the hands that have recently happened. And JP Oakes is feeling very comfortable. Theo said in the 10s versus Queens hand, which was open to everyone, so it's nothing untoward to have a look at that. If he had a few more chips, I could have got away from it. He just had a few enough chips for me to actually call there. So the dealer is doing the shimmy shuffle, getting ready to commence action.
Yeah, it's good. We are
There was an interesting point raised by JP that he wanted us to mention, is that players got up and stood and left when the break was announced, and that influenced his action in raising. Otherwise he would not normally raise, and he was just saying, you know, the rules are you stay seated, you fold your cards in turn, because you give unfair advantage to a player about to act.
It's a fair call. We'll pass it on to the rule makers, of course. We can only mention, but David will get informed. I mean, it's a good point, Mark. I think you're right.
So there is Harold in picture. He'll be under the gun. He's got a rag ace. It looks like we've had a missed deal. So we will reset. JP has a look at his holdings.
I was actually focusing on you. No.
Only one card was dealt to Robert Cowley, so that's hence the missed deal.
Did I say that, Bradley?
Getting another chance on 2 bites at the end.
So action is on Harold under the gun. Ace 10, if he improves on the ace 4 he had previously. Blinds are now 150, 300,000 with 300,000 big blind ante, 750k in the middle, Gary. So Harold carving out the raise.
Raise. So 850.
Raises to 850, just over pot.
Fold. 850,000.
And pocket kings for Fabio Corneli. So we'll have got action here now. Going to raise to 850. Pocket kings for Fabio.
What's his size, Mark?
I think he's going to go to 2 million.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly it, 2 million.
Theo and JP quickly out the way.
Back round to Harold, I believe.
1,950,000 total. 1 million. 950 total.
So 1.1 million for Harold to call.
Right, Peters, your
So he's almost being priced. It's almost a min click there, Gary. There's 3.6 million in the pot.
1.1 more to play.
And Harold contemplating the call here.
Yes, sir. Call.
He makes the call.
Sure.
So a big hand here.
We got a big pot brewing. 4.7 million. Imagine if Ace King came on the flop.
Oh my word. Nightmare stuff.
Queen 6-9.
So safe flop for Harold to get away from.
Check up it. Check.
Kings
Check
will
up it.
enjoy that flop. We're quite happy with it.
Blinds are 1 and 200. 1 and 200 and 200 on the big blind ante. Your starting stack is 100,000 chips.
He's banging another 2 in there.
Another
Bet.
2 million into the middle.
Well, I think they go back to Harold here. I think he's got a fold.
Where is 2 million?
Pop's sitting at 4.7, I think.
6.7 now.
now.
Yeah, nothing for Harold there, Gary.
He has to give it up.
No draw. Nothing. Ace
Fold.
high. Folds.
And he showed his hand every time, Robert, and again he'll show
Yeah.
it. Tap the table from Harold, as usual. And he picks up 2.7 million there. That's huge.
Big pot there. Moves Fabio up to the top now with Robert.
200,000,
JP still in
200,000
front
for the
of 10
big
million.
Harold at the bottom, Theo just off the bottom.
Yeah, those two are boxing now. Another interesting point by JP was he says it's almost starting to get, he says we've got a little bit of play left, but it's starting to get flippy now. But I think at the end of every tournament it ends that way. The fact that they still having playable hands at this point shows the wonderful structure.
200,000 to
There's
play.
nothing you can do. Eventually somebody's got to win. And it is going to be a flip.
Fold. 200,000 to play.
Robert lets go of the rag ace early on. Fabio's 6 deuce will fold in the cutoff, still stacking chips.
200,000.
Theo looking for spots.
All in.
Moves all in with ace 10.
That's a pretty solid hand to get it in with.
Yeah, he only had to get through the blinds. That's plus 750k now, Gary.
It's crazy, huh?
You do that 4 times, you put 6 bar onto your stack. Oh, 3 bar. Maths, not so great after lunch. Do it 4 times, you've added 3 bar to your stack. So Fabio under the gun.
200,000 to play. $300,000 to play. Fold. 300,000 to play.
Nothing to play there. Neither for Theo.
Fold. 300,000 to play.
JP, let's go of the button.
150 more to play.
Harold blind on blind now. Getting shortish after that big hand.
All in.
Yeah, he's going to snap it all in, blind on blind. Harold, I thought Robert was moving to the muck there. Yeah,
Fold.
and he folds. So the players in the background starting to take their seats for the 7K freeze. There's Maria de Gouveia, saw her outside, greeted her, along with Bruce Flowerdye, taking their seats for the 7K freeze.
Okay, and 53. Sure, time flies.
Gary, I was just pointing out to the viewers that the players for the 7K freeze are taking their seats.
Yep, the 30K is going on, 7K threes is going on.
300,000 to play.
Conclusion of this event and the satellite as well, I believe.
I don't know about
150 more
satellites.
to play.
Or an upcoming satellite, a new one was announced for today.
Yeah, I just say I didn't see anybody out there. Oh, Blomsky's playing in the high roller, just over the left shoulder of Rob Cowley.
Is that
The back of his head,
7K
beside Maria.
freeze? Because I think Maria was playing the 7K freeze.
Oh, okay, well that's who it is then. That's Blomsky. I'm telling you now. Recognise that
Oh,
head
you
anywhere.
can't, and the hand gestures and everything.
Yeah. Just go and terrorise him a bit later.
Yeah, I think high roller to the left,
It's 800,000
7K
total.
freeze to the right.
Yeah.
Separated by the corridor. There's Doc coming in as well.
500 more. 500,000 more to play.
Raised to 800 by Robert. Fabio with a 10-2 suited.
A little bit of blind on blind bullying going on now. It's you have to now, Gary. The blinds are so big. You can't pass an opportunity.
Yeah, I saw Theo at the break. I didn't tell him that he'd stood up to take a phone call and missed pocket kings, and and the guy who won the hand was the guy who ended up taking all his chips. But
Yeah, I didn't tell him either.
I mean, you know, there's nothing to be gained by that. But
No. And I just spoke to him about the Queen's 10 hand, and he said, you know, guy has more chips, I can get away from it. He said he just had in that callable where I have to call him.
yeah, nothing wrong with this call.
And Harold said he was feeling good
300,000
and relaxed.
to
I
play.
said to him, you're playing nice strong poker, not allowing people to bully you, bullying when you have to. And he was quite comfortable.
Cool. 300,000 to play. Cool. 300,000 to play.
So Robert Carley from the button, Queen 5.
150,000
I'll get rid
more
of that.
to
He
play.
just picked up the small blind he raised into the big blind and took that down, so he'll let this one go. So now we have an interesting thing. Fabio gives a walk to Theo, and Theo shows him. Jack deuce. Jack Har was ahead.
JP?
So the blinds are posted by
300,000
Theo
to
and JP. Harold will be under the gun. Jack 4 off.
300,000 to play.
Ode to Leonard Wilkin to change a tyre. Robert Carley 8-5.
300,000 to play.
On the button now, rag ace for Fabio.
Looks like Fabio's going to carve himself out a race here.
And that is Blonsky sitting next to Ricky Sandler. That would be a chatty corner.
I don't know anybody who wants to speak to Ricky Sandler.
Apparently, Blonsky.
Good old Ricky.
Raise.
Raise comes in.
So 700,
Theo's going to look for a squeeze. He's going to
750,000.
look for any sort of playable hand that he can jam in. Yeah, 3-2 is not
650,000
it.
more to play.
He won't want to give up his small blind, but I think that's probably the best
Oh.
way.
JP's reaching for
more
chips
to
though.
play.
Eh? He's making a quick call here. A7.
Call.
go two-way to the flop. Nine, queen, queen, no help for either player.
Check up bets.
Ace high of JP is still ahead.
23 outs, you'll not often see that. I mean, not all of them winners, of course, but...
Check. Check up bets. Check.
Love being a scholar and a gentleman has brought us coffee. Thank you, kind sir.
Check up bets. Check. Check up bets.
JP checks. Fabio checks behind. They are now splitting unless anything untoward comes. Oh, Fabio finds the 5 on the river. I said unless anything untoward comes. And JP will see that he got rivered there. Fabio will pick up that hand, finding the 5 on the river.
Yes, sir. $300,000 to play.
So under the gun, Robert Carley, 3.32 suited.
Fold.
He lets that go. Fabio ace 10 this time, cut off.
Oh, we'll see some action here.
Raise. Up to 750,000.
Exact pot size, 750. Theo and JP quickly out the way, round
Up to
to
750,000.
Harold. Harold in the big blind with Jack 8.
450,000 more to play. Fold.
Folds. So Fabio been chipping up quite nicely since the break.
It's at 9.7.
Yeah, 9.7 million now.
That little ace 5 and dink the 5 on the end.
Yeah, that helped.
That helped a bit.
And one or two other hands where he raised and everybody's folded. Picking up 750k every time you do that. Grows the stack significantly. And Theo is looking for spots and Harold will be likewise.
And the ladder's a good ladder.
300,000 to play. Fold.
Yeah, is the spot for Theo. Pocket nines. Moves all in.
Good luck, young man. Get around. What's Harold got? King 3, they're no good to him. You give up his small blind here. It'll be interesting to see what Robert's got.
Fold.
8-6.
6, big blind. He'll ask for a count, I'm sure. Nope.
Fold.
And Theo will pick up another rotation.
Which will be extremely welcome. So Theo on 5.1 million. Harold is under 3 million, Gary.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
300,000 to play.
So Theo under the gun folds, JP folds.
300,000 to play.
So Harold looking for a spot, he's on the D. Ace 10, this is his
All
spot,
in.
and then he goes. There goes the triangle.
No good for the small blind.
Fold. All in.
See what Fabio's picked up. Oh dear. Wouldn't surprise me if he shows these.
Yeah, he does. He says, I can do nothing with that. Harold will pick up a welcome pot. Moves back up to 3.5 million. At least with these 45-minute levels, the players have an opportunity, because our next blind level will be 200, 400 with a big blind ante of 400, which would put $1 million in the pot pre-flop.
$300,000 to play. Fold. 200,000. Fold. 300,000 to play.
Robert Carley on the button. Doyle suited. 10 deuce.
Fold.
On to Fabio, blind on blind, Jack
150 more
7.
to play.
He gives the walk. He's well aware that if he limps it all, Theo's going to shove on
Yeah,
him.
of course. And I think Theo's shoving with anything there for a limp.
The converse is if he picks up a big hand, he's going to limp it to try and induce that shove.
Theo just chipping up nicely. Saved himself a big blind, got his money back. Previous hand won a big blind. So yeah, that in itself is a significant chunk of change.
It's huge, Gary. I mean, it'll be over $1 million swing. I mean, the 750 that he picked up from taking down the blinds and antes, and then he gains the 200 from Fabio, plus he saves his 400,000.
Yeah.
So it's big. 600,000 he saves for himself.
300,000 to play.
Harold, King 7 under the gun.
Fold. 200,000 to play.
Ace 8 in the cutoff. 5-handed. It's worth a raise. He reaches for that stack of $1 million. Let's see what he takes off of it. There we go.
Raise. So 800,000. Up to 800,000.
Fabio, the D gets rid of that. Theo in the small blind.
650,000 more to play.
Queen 10.
If there hadn't have been a raise in front of him, I think that might have been a moment for him.
I definitely think so.
No, pick a better spot. Oh, give it up.
And JP was a quick fold over the Queen 3.
It's interesting dynamic here. Who's going to be first to pull the trigger?
JP will be steady and measured to take his spots where he has to, protecting his chip lead. Robert Carley's been chipping up nicely, Fabio as well. The pressure is on Harold and to a lesser degree Theo, being the shorter stacks at the table, because these blinds and antes are biting badly now. And 5-handed, they come around quickly.
300,000 to play.
Fold.
300,000 to play.
So Fabio in the cutoff with the king 8 suited, carving out a raise.
Raise. It's 800,000. Raise to 800,000.
Theo's out the way with a 6 deuce. Round to JP, and he's reaching two-handed with ace queen. That's 2 million.
Just a quick 2-bar.
It's just a double-handed grab, 2 million.
It's 2 million. Oh. So it's out
Barrels
2
quickly
million.
out the way. Back on Fabio.
Fabio in the past has actually called this type of stuff. I think it's a bit too expensive to put 1.2 in here. Big stacks as well.
You could call it, Gary, that he hasn't...
He doesn't like giving it up.
He's got soldiers in the field.
Let's see. He hasn't put them in yet. Yeah, he's actually thinking it's like call, go all in on fold. All of them are on the table. There you go.
Call.
Very interesting with the king 8 suited there. But Fabio's been playing like this since the beginning. He likes to defend those soldiers, so let's see. Good luck. Interestingly, both of them have got similar stacks behind. There's a king and there's an 8. How about that?
Wow, he's flopped huge.
Check up it.
JP being the 3 better.
He's got to continue. I think we might see some fireworks.
Yeah, you see he's reaching.
He's never ever putting Fabio on king 8 here.
Not a chance.
He might give him a king, but as he's checked...
Oh wow, look at this.
Bets.
Fabio...
All in.
I was going to say,
Snap all in.
if Fabio goes all in here, he'll have to fold.
Snap all in.
Oh, he's not going to show.
No, that is a big swing though, Gary.
It's huge. I mean, JP will be down to like 3.2 million though.
Yeah, 3.7 million now for JP, 14 million for Fabio Corneli.
Yeah.
And he defended with that king 8 after he put soldiers in the field.
I'm 50. 3-3.
$150,300 and 300 on the big blind ante. Fabio is under the gun, 7-5 suited. Fabio's struggling to find place for his chips.
300,000 to play.
Oh.
So under the gun, Fabio.
300,000 to play.
It's folded. It's round to Theo. Jack 5 off. He lets go. JP has to rebuild now. Ace 6 on the button.
Sorry.
Raise to 800,000.
He makes the raise.
Up to 800,000.
Comments from Gordon Patterson saying the stream looks great and congratulating Paul Rollinson on his run. And he says, thanks GPAT. Truth is I made my luck hard on day 2. All in behind 3 times, so I have almost no regrets. Wade Ming Low says go Theo. Rolliston saying it's good to be JP, getting kings, etc. And he says he's an absolute gentleman with a stunning poker face. He even said it was a pleasure to have me at the table with an almost straight face. Wei says, great job, Gaz and Chess. Thanks, Wei. Always watching the stream, and we appreciate your support. It's round to JP. He's got A6 again. He's in the cutoff this time. So from slightly earlier a position, he's debating what to do. JP taking his time here.
So when we've seen the conclusion of this, we will be bringing you the 30k. There will be a small break while we run out the stream. And also David just tells me that they will be chipping up some of the smaller chips on the feature table, so that'll speed up play a little bit.
Taking out some of the 10s and the 50s.
Yeah.
Up to 800,000.
The raise with the A6 from the cutoff. JP was daydreaming a little there. Apologized to the table. Round to Robert Carley in the small blind. He lets it go.
Total.
12 years asked for the total.
Cool.
JP takes that down. It's chipping up again now. That's 2 hands in a row that he's taken down.
So Paul Rolston is online here, and he's saying that it pains me to admit I cannot fault your definition of tacit. I can only infer that you guys carefully scripted that exchange after extensive research. I don't actually know if he gave me a compliment or not there.
It was backhanded at best.
Yeah, it's not a $5 word, but it does suggest a certain perplexity, if not actual erudition. Okay, I'm going to let you all work what that is. This guy's getting banned again. We don't like people abusing our stream and putting nonsense up, so he's gone. As are you, my friend. We invite lots of comments. Gerard was a little bit confused over the 30-minute delay in the instantaneous results on Facebook. Mr. Rolston and co have adequately demonstrated that or adequately explained it to them.
Oh.
So meanwhile, it was raised from the D by Robert Cowley. He's taken down the hand with pocket 3s. Big Davey just coming into the back and telling us they will chip out in the break because there are so many chips. They don't want to disturb the flow of the play. The players are trying hard to concentrate and they're playing for big money here.
Yeah, so there was a full-on sort of conversation online with Jared, David Olivier and Paul Ralston regarding the delay. I'm not going to read it, but if you want some entertainment, I would log on to our YouTube channel and have a read. It's quite entertaining. I must just go back to a comment. Paul Ralston was talking about playing with JP with Kings versus Ace King yesterday. And the quote of the week, as far as I'm concerned, is JP's ability to lie is weapons grade.
Oh. That is the lawyer in him.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the quote of the week from Ralston.
Oh.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially he said that JP's ability to lie is weapons grade. He's a lawyer, what do you expect?
So 9-7 suited on the D for Fabio. He's let that go. It's now blind on blind, 10-4 suited. Now these are the two shorter stacks here, other than Harold. JP and Theo run equal stacks. Just Harold's shorter, and Theo gives it up now because the dynamic has changed again. And he gives the walk to JP.
Yep.
So Robert Carley will be under the gun. Harold in the big blind.
All right. 700,000 to play.
So Robert Carley is folded under the gun. It's round to Fabio. He lets go up to Theo on the button. Queen 10 suited. He'll fancy some action with that. Now, yeah, all in.
All in.
Folded by JP quickly. Round to Harold.
What's Harold got?
Harold's got ace 10. I think the money's going in here,
for
Gary.
sure, for sure.
So there we go. Queen 10 suited, the Robert Falcone versus ace 10. So Theo sees the bad news. He's dominated.
So we're looking for queens, and queens alone or diamonds?
Or some sort of funky straight draw.
And Theo has got Harold covered.
So no help for Theo there.
3 queens. Adlet, that's all she wrote, I'm telling you now.
King?
Yeah, the king.
Oh, it comes.
Oh, my words.
It comes.
How sick is that?
That is so sick, Mr. Brooks.
That is dirty. Harold illuminated.
Oh, look at his smile. Shame. That was ugly. That was ugly. And Theo has got him covered. Theo has Harold covered. The dealer will just double check, which is the correct thing to do.
Oh, well, what a sick runner.
Unlucky, Mr. Brooks.
He was drawing dead to a king. Yes, this man. What a sick game. Uncle Harold will now have a story to tell, which he's imparting to Bozo on his way by.
4 outed on the river. And Theo gets his slice of luck and chips up quite significantly. It's a sick old game, this, Gary.
And the guys continue to stay in groups of 4s and 5s for our camera angles. We appreciate that.
Sure.
There we go. JP Oates is our short stack.
From chip leader the whole day, that one hand where the King 8 defended has turned it around.
Unbelievable. 150,000, 300,000, 300,000 on the big blind ante. That's the back view of the 30K. Imran Bogani there with the blue hat on in front of us. And Moto Yahura, konnichiwa, good morning to you, or good afternoon. And there's us back to our intrepid 4 warriors, still fighting it out for the big prize up top. Well done to Theo. Sometimes you need a bit of luck. Unlucky to Uncle Harold, who is regaling and waxing lyrical to Evro in the background there about his sucker. And rightly so, it was a disgusting, dirty one. No faults attributed, or blame, should I say. But
and he gets a walk with pocket queens in the big blind, Robert Cowley.
well, he's had enough premium hands today, so...
So Mr. Ralston makes another comment here that's quite good. He says, competent is what I refer to you with as being a director. He said, that word is carrying more water than the Val.
I don't know if he's complimenting me or insulting me there. I really don't know.
Oh.
Harold Brooks walks away with 55,000 and some change. Well done, Harold. Good 3 days' work. Always a pleasure to have you on the table, and look forward to shaking your hand very soon. Joe Steggers just left there. Mandela's back as well. Gareth Khalil. Joe Steggers, the winner of the inaugural event here, the 75k. No, I'm lying. He was the winner of the 40k.
Yeah, the big shot.
Oh. Mr. Shu was the winner of the 75k. Jesse Rusin in the back. I haven't seen that face for about 3 years. Jesse Rusin, a travelling pro from South Africa. First met him in Mombasa in a tournament. Looks like he's walking away. Head down. Oh, okay, Jesse had put his back on because he's going for a break. He's not out. Must catch up with Jesse as well. I haven't seen him for a while.
So meanwhile, we round from the raise from JP with a 7-6 suited from the cutoff. Blinds out the way because there's a dead D with Harold not being there. And JP will get that through and pick up the big blind and empty. Darren van der Walt says, hope to get a stream with Mandela on later. The most fun guy to deal with. To deal for. Darren being a dealer. Depends on what state of inebriation. But, Gareth can be very entertaining. So JP under the gun, Queen 8.
I'm hoping that you got 8.
Oh, let's go. Our intrepid blogger Chad was in the background there, taking notes around the tables. Robert on the button with a rag ace. Should be worthy of a raise that they're now four-handed, Gary.
Any ace is a good ace these days when it comes to these numbers. You're absolutely right.
He's grabbed a stack, takes off the customary little bit off the top. Grab $1 million and trim it a little.
Raise 800,000.
Raises to 800,000. Johan de Graaf's the interested buy-looker and onlooker, bystander. So now Fabio with Queen Jack in the small blind. He thought about it, he gets it out the way.
Oops, 800,000.
Round to Theo in the big blind. 10-7 offs into the muck. So Robert under the gun with 9.6 million. You can see Fabio, significant stack there in the middle, over 14 million. So Robert under the gun, 10-5 suited. Fold that. Onto Fabio on the button. through the blind, so he's on 13 million now. That shows you how quickly those blinds can chew into your stack.
Oh, sure.
Folds. Round to Theo in the small blind, and he moves all in, and JP's out the way. Theo had king 3 suited. Reasonable hand to do that with. Fancy we're going to see a lot of that from him into JP now.
Here's the players in the freeze out your blinds are up. 100, 300 with a 300 NT. 100, 300, 300 NT.
So Fabio Canelli under the gun.
300,000 to play.
Folds. On to Theo. Let that go.
150 more.
JP, small blind. Grabbing a stack there. King 3 suited.
No.
He raises.
Raise.
It's interesting, Theo jammed the king 3 suited
Up to
into
700,
the big blind.
750,
JP elects to raise.
750,000.
Different tactic being
800,000, sorry.
taken.
800,000
JP
total.
says I don't have to commit my whole stack to find out if the big blind's got a hand.
Yeah, because JP's
Up to
by far the
800,000.
smallest stack as well, of course.
Yeah.
Don't want to put it at risk.
Little slam, your blinds are up. 200, 400, 200,000, 400,000.
Yeah, the different dynamic is that he's going into a bigger stack. Theo was jamming into a smaller stack. So he was putting into the test for his whole stack, whereas JP could get called off. So
Yep.
that is the different dynamic. Well picked up there by Gary.
Lines are up. 200, 400 with the 400,000 NT.
So blinds are up, Mark.
So, bro.
200,000, 400,000, and by my bad mathematics, that's $1 million in the middle.
Exactly that, Gary. 1 bar per rotation.
Ish.
And you're four-handed. You only get 2 free looks.
So, just to let JP know, it is getting a bit flippy.
Yeah. You get 2 free looks a rotation, Gary. That's it.
Yep.
The other, you're involved 50% of the time.
I predict this will become a shove fest and then a deal.
Yeah.
That's my prediction.
You are involved 50% of the time now, forced.
400,000 to play.
So Theo under the gun, the rare ace.
Oh,
He's going to let that go,
400,000.
saying I don't want to get through 3 players, and just as well, look at that. JP wakes up with a very nice hand, four-handed.
And he's on the D, so he only got the blinds to get through. He's not going to put it all in though, is he? No, just $1 million.
Raise. It's 1 million.
So he bet the
Up to
pot.
1 million.
Okay, here's action.
Yeah, Robert's not going to let him get by with this.
No.
If he shoves, I mean, JP will be obliged to call.
Fabio folds out a turn. He apologizes because that's
actually a big impact on this hand.
Massive, massive.
Yeah.
Exactly what JP was saying earlier about people standing up. Same effect.
Yeah, JP won't be happy with that, especially he's going to potentially put his chips at risk. I mean, there's no intent by Fabio there, and nobody's got out of line here. It's just an accident. I mean, Robert had his cards to the right of his stack.
All in.
Yeah.
All in call.
And a call.
Yeah.
All in and
Let's go
call.
to the overshot.
So this is a big hand here. Good luck to both gentlemen. 3 outs for Robert. That is not one of them. Only 2 available. 1 was folded. Split possibilities now. And that is
JP.
no help, and JP doubles up.
Okay, we'll cut to the...
I had a 5. I had S5. I was going to make him move to an S5. I was going to run into 10.
So, The smile returns to weapons grade. Oats.
What is still your cost? You fold.
What do you do with cards you folded? Give them to me. That's his job.
This is a significant swing again.
So it's 2 million.
Because it puts JP back up at 12 million chips, Gary.
5.9.
He's back in the frame.
5.9.
And it changes that quick.
Yeah. And it's going to damage It's going to damage Robert. Look at that. Gee, when you have to shove over big stacks of green.
Millions.
Yeah, you're
That's
pushing.
5 bar there.
Yeah.
80,000.
6 bar. Look at that.
Yes.
6 bar being moved over there. It leaves
5.920.
Robert in danger now.
80,000 change.
Gets his change.
Another dynamic between Theo and JP will revert again.
Yeah, the interesting little swings and nuances of stack sizes changing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously now Theo is not got an easy target on his left. He's got a difficult target, so it's come full circle. But of course, with that comes the fact that Robert now becomes a short stack, and he'll be looking for spots.
Yeah, and he's got to shove into a big stack to his left.
And Fabio is sitting pretty here.
Short, buddy.
Okay, so we'll be up to hand number 73, I think it is. JP still busy building castles.
I can't. All right, man, thanks.
I like you moved it backwards, but you swung hard. We had a fielder out in the deep and a really good pitch. Yeah, we went for it. I like that. It's good, man.
100,000 to play.
So JP King Queen now.
Back on the horse, sticking it just under a bar in here. Blinds have gone up, by the way, so it's 2-4, 400 on the big blind ante, 1 million in the middle.
It looks like about 850 though,
Great.
Gary.
Yeah, so he's just betting under pot.
850,000.
Probably with 8-7 suited. They're not all in cards, I don't think. Not for him.
Oh. Total 850,000.
Fabio's out the way. Down to Theo, and that's not defendable. So JP quickly getting back up there.
Picks up another million. Okay, so JP will be in the big blinds, Theo in the small blind, and Robert our short stack. Last free look before those blinds come winging their way around the corner.
Yeah, and at a million a rotation when you've got 3.5 and you're four-handed.
You're in the brown stuff.
You have got to be moving and shaking.
Indeed.
Sort of any reasonable hand, if it's folded to you, you've got to be getting it in. Shine pocket sixes. I think that's good enough.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, the high roller league is starting your seats again.
Here comes your money. Little one off the top.
All in.
The announcer's all in.
Fabio with, we don't know.
Junk.
Round to Theo.
Oh.
Folds. And only JP to keep him honest.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
JP asks for the count before he
1.4,
looks
2.4.
experience. He wants to start doing the
2.5.
math before he even looks at his cards.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1.4 is 2.4.
He's also getting information when he
2.5.
asks the player
1, 2, 3,
to
4,
see
5,
how
6,
strong is the
7.
player.
2.560.
Another 2.160.
60. 2.160.
So I've just worked out that these strepsils have got 1.2 milligrams of alcohol in them. That means if I eat 22,000 of them, I'll be drunk.
You'll also be my size if you eat 22 of them, guys. 22,000.
You know, sometimes, Mark, you leave the door open and I'm not going to comment.
I am trying, guys.
You are trying. You're doing very well, my friend.
2,500, 5,000, 5,080.
As my mum would say, yes, you are trying, very trying.
My mother was alive, God bless her. She would be saying the same. Okay, so JP, you're going to fold these, but I don't think it's a call. I think you got, just give that back. You got it for free. I think it's a fold.
Yeah, the math just doesn't work. Yeah, it taps the table and that's going in. It was just too much. So 800,000 less I'm calling. So Fabio and JP on top. Both got 12 million. Theo and 6.3 million. Robert Cowley 3.6 million at the bottom. It was a welcome addition to his stack there. There's players in the 7K. And that's filled up very nicely. I'm counting a lot of tables out there.
Dave Corelli. Fabio Corelli. One on the bottom, one on the top.
Yeah, Corneli's mirrored there.
Small blind 200,000.
Okay, million dead money in the middle. Here we go. Fabio under the gun.
400,000 to play.
72 suited. Not in a tournament of this size and not at this stage.
Oh.
Round to
400,000.
Theo's all in.
Pocket threes.
From the button.
All in.
JP gets rid of his small blind.
Robert's out the way and Theo will pick up the money.
Alright.
Robert down to 2.8 million. Theo up to 7.3 million.
Yeah.
Theo's chipped up very nicely since he took that knock. He's got most of his chips back.
Fabio and JP sitting almost identical stacks.
There was a request by one of the players for a 5-minute convenience break. And Big Davey has the tournament director has allowed that. So we will cut away for 5 minutes while the
Can also go for
players go on a convenience break. We will rejoin you in 5 minutes' time. Right, and you join us back. The players are nearly finished their comfort break. Gary's out there having a joke and a laugh with Theo and JP. Robert Carley's said to Gary earlier he's thoroughly enjoyed his time on the feature table. Loved the tournament, so it's nice to see a new face featuring quite prominently. He's in the top 4 now of the tournament, so he really will be enjoying this. Players are starting to take their seats again. Gary will be joining me back. Fabio Corneli comes back. Sienna, yes, Daddy's doing very well. She hasn't given a shout out yet, but she said go Dad yesterday. So we'll continue her good wishes to him. So the dealer's going to shuffle up.
Brad?
Bradley.
Gary will rejoin us in the back shortly, as you saw him out there on the screen.
Yes, buddy. Please double check for me if the button.
We'll move on to the next hand. The players are feeling slightly relieved and can continue. I mean, they're playing for big money. You can't get up and miss hands when they're only 4-handed and the blinds are this big.
Right.
It is better for them to request a comfort break. It's a good lesson to players out there. If the players all agree and you speak to the tournament director, you can get that little comfort break instead of standing up and missing a lot of blinds, which would really hurt you at this stage.
Just don't try it in Europe or WSOP, because it's never going to happen. We're a bit more friendlier in the African continent.
Are they going to tell you tough luck or
Indeed
something
they are.
like that?
Jack Ethel's going to say, you are joking, of course. Hence the reason Antonio Esfandiari peed in a bottle once. And he got disqualified from the tournament for doing it.
Wow.
Yeah, true story. There was another twist to that, in that he had a prop bet that he couldn't do lunges everywhere he went and walked for 2 days.
Good line, sir.
So rather than go do the lunges and trying
Awful.
to whatever, he peed in a bottle. It cost him a tournament life.
No.
Yeah.
Those guys with their prop bets in Vegas are absolutely crazy.
Outrageous. So we're back up and running. We've chipped up. We've got lots of greens and yellows out of the picture, so that'll help speed the game up. I spoke with Fabio because we were both racing to the little room, and he said it's difficult when you're running a business and you can't use your telephone on the table.
Yeah.
I said, how much money are you going to make out of your business and how much are you going to make out of the tournament? It's an easy choice, no?
Something like that.
On a
especially-
day.
Yeah, very easy, yeah.
I mean, we had a good chuckle about it as we walked back. I think he thought it was a bit extreme. I did commentary in the toilet while he was using it, but just joking.
Full service, Gary.
Yeah.
He would have been more upset if you took cameras in there with you.
Yeah. Okay, so Theo Hunter, send a picture under the gun, ace-8 suited.
Rolling, Brad.
Quite strong holdings,
100,000
four-handed. See some action here, I'm sure. I don't know if it's an all-in or if it's a raise. But it's certainly one of those two.
He's got 7.3 million, so I don't know if he's going to put all of that at risk, Gary.
That wouldn't make sense, to be honest. It looks like he's going to put in a
Raise.
million.
Yeah, he doesn't have to risk the entire stack. I mean, if he runs into a monster behind him, he can get away from it.
1.2 million.
Put it all in, it's done and dusted. I mean, he already did get a big suck out against Harold, and that's actually on the stream right now.
1.2 million.
That very hand, and it was a sickie. So he has raised it up to 1.2. JP has now got pocket sixes. Left with a decision. Yeah, he's counted out the call on the side.
He folds this.
Yeah, it's no longer set mining time at these blind levels. And Hilly comments there, says, you got to admit Mr. Brook loses like a gentleman. I would have puked all over the
What's
table.
our 1.2 million?
It's a fair call.
Yeah, Harold is ever the gentleman. Robert Carley with pocket nines here, so wisely out of the way with the sixes there, JP. I fancy with his short stack, this
Oh,
is
the money's
going...
in. The money's in for sure.
Yeah,
All in.
He said all in.
Fabio's getting out of the way, and Theo will need a count.
Yeah, but I think mathematically he's committed here, Gary.
Call.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to. The differential is such that he has to call. So we go to the flop. Good luck to both gentlemen.
Jack, King 10.
Or it adds more outs.
Another king.
Even more outs now because the board can counterfeit those nines. Sure, and the 8 doesn't do it. So Robert survived. The outs got more and more against him, but he has survived and will double up.
Just.
That is 400, right?
Yep.
600. 1 million. 2 million.
So the dealer will count the chips, but by our reckoning,
7.
Robert will move to 6.3 million and Theo will be down to 4.5 million, and those should be pretty accurate.
$60.
Theo taps the table, slides over the chips. So this is the second time Theo has doubled Robert up.
Yep, it is, buddy.
And made himself a short stack. Mr. Ralston is back at you, Gary. He says, Gary, if in doubt, assume I am insulting you, sir. And yes, that is a very camouflaged sir. And didn't our cultural heritage teach us that insult is the only permissible form of affection? British people, you know. You can read out the next one, guys.
It's just Ralston being insulting as usual. But he's right. I understand your camouflaged comments.
Oh.
It's a bit like watching Have You Been Fooled with Penn and Teller.
So, Robert Carley with his newfound wealth, he's up to 6.3 million on the D.
Oh,
We'll
100,000.
let that go. Fabio, King 9 suited, blind on blind, and now Theo is very short stacked in comparison, so I think Fabio's gone all in. He put maximum pressure on the small stack, and he's done so. It's the right thing to do.
Spot on.
So Theo is going to have a lot of pressure applied to him. He's sandwiched between the two big stacks there, between JP and Fabio, so they will squeeze him, Gary.
Well, this is all about laddering up now for him.
400,000
Yeah, the pay jump is always the top three get the biggest share. So there's going to be a big jump in pay between the next spot that goes out and the third place. Gary will give us those exact figures, I'm sure. So Robert Carley has folded under the gun. Fabio lets go the button. So now Theo, small blind into the big stack. And he puts it all in with King 9. JP with Queen 8. It's that marginal type hand. He's saying, yeah, he has called Gary. So we go to the flop. Queen 8 versus King 9. Good luck to both gentlemen. Theo is at risk.
There's a 9.
Finds a 9, so now only queens for JP.
Spades working if he turns one. Nope.
And a 7 gets added as an out for a straight. King is no good for
King 9,
JP.
2 pair, and Theo a double up.
Yeah, Theo's back up to 7.9, and him and JP are level pegging now. The swings at this stage, Gary.
2.130. 2.130. 2,130,000.
So the chips are being counted out by the dealer. Theo will add some welcome chips to his stack.
Yes, sir.
So JP will post the small blind. Robert Carley's in the big blind. Post the big blind and the ante, and Fabio will be under the gun. Focus was on JP and Theo there. Was a swing around in chips. Cards being dealt now. So we move on to the next hand. Fabio under the gun, King 10 suited. Nice holdings. You're sitting with 12 million chips. He's the chip leader. Standard raise coming in.
Raise.
It's a little bit more actually.
It's 1.2 million.
Yeah, he's gone for 3x standard.
1.2 million.
1.2. It's a little heavy at this stage. Most of the players have been going for a million or under. King 10 suited. Robert Carley's out the way, and Fabio will get that one through.
So all players are guaranteed fourth place money, 72,970. There's then a jump to third place, 122,451. A jump of 49,000 between fourth and third. The second place is 182,427, which is a jump of 60,000 from the 122 in third place. And then up top is 282,387 versus second place at 182,000, which is approximately 100,000 difference. So the pay jumps are 49,000, 60,000 and 100,000.
Yeah, big jumps, Gary, and for the 5K buy-in, really nice payouts, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Everybody guaranteed fourth place money, 72,970.
Theo under the gun.
All in here.
Yeah, Jack 10
All
suited.
in.
Moving all in.
JP's got nothing to fight with. The button will fold. We go around to Robert with King 3. He'll give up his small blind, and the action will be down to Fabio, I'm pretty sure. And no fight from Fabio either. Theo gets it through, picks up the million in the middle, and those will be welcome chips to his stack. Theo's up to 8.9 million, getting closer to the big stacks.
Mr. Ralston, I'm scrupulously polite only to people I don't like. Ask Mr. Patterson, Mr. Noir, and Mr. Balaam. They will tell you.
Mr. Noir being black. Noir. He's talking about Dominic, of course.
400,000.
JP King 4 under the gun. Similar hand we just threw away, so they'll go back.
400,000 to pay.
Round to Robert. Jack 9 in the dealer position. Another spot opens up better than that, I'm sure. You'll flick those across the dealer.
Oh.
Small blind King 10. This will come in for a play.
I'm not mistaken, that's Clint Popescu in the background talking to Maria. Nice to see him here.
Looks like a raise here.
This is 400. No, you're good.
He's calling, he's calling.
Temporary.
He's flatted.
You put in 400,000 from the
We go
start.
across to
This is
Theo.
6-2. Instead of like
It's been
100,000.
flat called. Limp pots. 10-6. Theo will either go all in or he'll call. Check, sorry.
So saying, why are you limping to me? Check. Yeah.
Because I got King 10 and I think I'm ahead.
Yeah.
Check. Okay, we got the flop. 10,
Oh,
10, 9.
oh
Not a bad
dear.
flop for Fabio.
Look at this. This is a cooler,
This is
Gary.
a setup of note. Chip 10s for all in and a call.
All in. Call.
This
wow.
is it's like a setup. Wow. A hand plays itself. And they're very similar in stack sizes here.
Yeah. So split possibilities out there for Theo on the 6, and there's no help for him there.
And we'll have to do a count here, guys, because they were super close.
Yeah, I think Fabio had him covered. Yeah, Theo's given it up. He says, you've got me covered. And that's a sick one. The old adage, don't go blind but trip it. Flop trip 10s, blind on blind, the money's going in.
The big line there? Yes, sir. Dead small. Yeah. No, you're the bottom.
So we are now into the top 3 of the tournament.
Hand 82. Sorry, Grandmark.
Yeah, no, and Fabio is sitting with a monster stack
100,000
there now compared to the other players.
Everybody guaranteed 122,451 rand.
Robert Cowley under the gun with a king queen. With his stack, I fancy that could go all in. Is
All in.
a million sitting in that pot. He's gone all in 6.1. It was 800,000 because we were missing the small blind. And he takes the hand down.
Small blind.
Can't believe that 10's hand. That was
Not
almost like
even
a
in
setup.
dollar,
It was horrible. Blind on blind. Both flop trip 10s. Money's always going in. It was all in and called.
Nope, it's not on you, sir. Not on you. We
You know,
have a
Theo had
dead
that
small,
wry look on
dead
his face.
bottom.
Which, why are you limping to me? He already didn't feel comfortable. Was a premonition.
And
Get a
plays
pass
itself
to
as soon as he
one.
sees those
400
10s.
to play.
100%.
Only for today, sir.
Fabio under the gun. 21 million years now, Gary.
Sure.
Players in the freezer, total lines of 200, 400, or 400 NT. 200, 400, 400 NT.
He has the other 2 players well covered, combined.
Raise 1.5 million. 1,500,000.
Raises.
JP in the small will get out of the way here, I think. Let's see what Robert's got in the bigs.
1.5 million.
Yeah, no fighting. He'll have to give it up.
Oh,
And I think you're going to see Fabio become a lot more aggressive now with the big stack.
Yeah, one of the other guys needs to double up now.
now you peep blind. 400,000 to play.
So JP, nothing to do, fight with there. Robert Cowley, small blind, queen 5 suited. I know what I would do. What would you do with queen 5 suited, small blind into big blind 300, Gary?
Don't play. That's what I would do.
It would be all in.
Yeah, yeah.
100%. There
Calls
wouldn't
me,
even
calls
be
me.
the delay. It would be snap all in.
400, check or raise.
He's just calling from what I can see.
Check.
Well, check. We're going to see flop.
Yeah, I would have. I think.
Ace, Fabian might have called him with that ace-2 suited there.
Yeah, I would have jammed it with the ace-2 the other way, but he's maybe suspicious.
King 10 comes back to haunt us again.
Nothing for either player, so whoever bets first.
So
Bet.
Robert decides to bet with complete air. He turns over his cards and gets away with it. Robert says, nod, nod, thank you very much, I got away with it.
Yeah, not just say against his good fold. If for me, internally.
Yeah. And that's the point, Fabio. You didn't know if he was trapping or not.
Exactly what we were saying, Gary. We had two Cornelis in the same shot there.
The big blind
See
JP.
Fabio in the front and David in the background.
$100,000 to play.
It's not anything worthwhile on the button. Especially when you've got the big stack to your left.
Oh.
That is a huge factor, Gary.
For sure. He's not getting away with any nonsense. I'm interested to see if he gets in the walk.
Yeah,
he
he
does.
JP would have fancied that 8-7 suited.
So he picks up the small blind and promptly puts it back in the middle.
Yeah, but the big thing is saving your ante and big blind now.
Oh yeah, saved himself a chunk of change, as they say. 800,000.
Snap there.
$100,000.
So now Fabio doing what he's got to do. Queen deuce suited from the button. Use that stack.
Raise. It's 1.2 million. 1.2 million.
Pocket fires for JP. He's
All in.
Prepared to give it a spin against 8-2.
Oh.
Fabio's asking how much it is, but I know I've said in the past he likes to protect, but I find there's a little bit of a step too far.
I think it's just too much, Gary.
8. Over 8 million. 9, maybe.
It was 2 million more, sure, but it's 5.3 million more.
And if he calls with this and wins, JP would not be a happy bunny, trust me.
He's counting his stack, how much off my stack, but it's too much.
And conversely, if he loses, if he calls, he's going to beat himself up. So, you know, this is a no-win situation for me. I think you just give it up.
Yeah, you've tried to steal from the button with a big stack, which is the right thing to do, but then you give it up. You haven't committed a huge chunk.
Yep. Well played, JP.
Moves up to 8.5 million. Fabio still on 20 million.
With those deficits, I can't see any deals being made.
No, I don't think so at this stage, Gary.
$400,000 to play.
So 3:30 local time. We're just getting into, we're halfway through our 5th hour commentary for the day.
100,000.
And we're still here on the Little Slam 5K buy-in. We're down to our last 3 players. It's been an absolutely riveting final table. We've had suckouts, coolers, just unbelievable some of the hands that have been played here today. It's just been wonderful to watch, and we've been blessed to be a part of it and have a bird's eye view. And you know, all the players who played in this event, well played. All the players who cashed, congratulations.
Up to 1-2 raise.
And these valiant 3 last warriors are fighting it out all the way.
All in.
Fabio decides to shove it all in. And it's for the remaining 4.1 million in Robert's stack.
Yeah, Robert Min clicked, and Fabio immediately moved all in.
I don't think he can call here. Nope.
Oh.
Nicely played by
Ace will be shown by Fabio. There we go.
Mr. Dominic Black comes back and says, even when you're not at the table, the noise. Mr. Ralston is not a quiet man, whether in text or in person.
I actually believe Dominic's in the United Kingdom.
100,000.
And I hear a really bad rumour that Ralston might be house sitting. So we're all going around your place tonight, Dom. drink anything you've got, because it's all free. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Drink, plunder and pillage.
Yeah. Dom will come back and says, you're welcome, there's nothing there, watch. Oh dear. Top man Dominic Black, Emmy or Grammy or Emmy award winning cameraman, and just an all-round good egg.
So Robert Carley lets go of the jack 9 on the button.
Oh.
That raise with the queen 10 has slowed him down because he got dented when he got
Oh, here we go.
Pressure from Fabio onto JP now, for sure.
Tom says it's easy. Take away his hat.
All in.
And a call.
Yeah.
Nope, it's all in. And I think about it.
Yeah, I think Fabio limped to induce the action and got it from JP, and JP snap all in.
Yeah, he can't show his hand.
He's asking, that's cash games.
You're not allowed, sir.
So the message got through that he's not allowed to show his hand. I mean, if it's by accident, then the tournament director can rule common sense and the hand will be completed with his hand face up. But to open his hand heads up prior to a call is to get a tell on another player, and that's actually not allowed. So the rule actually says by disclosing your hand to another person, you will forfeit the hand. So Dominic says easy take away his hat. And Dodgy Cam reacts. Dodgy Cam is actually Paul Boston online.
Yeah, he's got the double name.
And he says lyrics in a bottle from my cold dead hands.
So a big decision here for Fabio. He's sweating it. He limped to induce action. He's got action, but not as much as he wanted. He wanted to raise, and then he re-jams. He's now been jammed on straight away by JP, and he's left with a tough spot. It's a lot of chips to call.
Absolutely.
It's 8 million of his 20 million. He's got 21 million, so and he needs to call 7.7 more. It's a massive decision. If he calls and wins, he's got a huge lead over Robert Carly heads up. But if he calls and loses, then JP's going to be overtake him as chip leader.
10.360.
So it's a huge swing this, either way. He's going through the math, counting his stack. And that's why nobody's giving him grief about the time he's taking. It's such a big decision. He folds face up, King Jack suited.
And JP chips up a bit now.
And he doesn't show him, Gary.
No.
Just says, is that what you were thinking with? Add a little insult to the injury of the loss there.
So I don't know what Paul was referring to online in terms of the lyrics, but I think from My Cold Dead Hands is actually a song by a band called Combi Christ. So maybe that's what he's referring to. I don't know.
Small blind. 100 to play, sir.
So Fabio on the button. Lets that go. So now blind on blind. JP King 9, small blind into the big blind. He's going to apply pressure onto the smaller stack. There it is. There comes the big raise.
Total 1.2.
Makes it 1.2 million. And gets the fold. So Robert with 3.3 million now in serious danger, Gary.
Yep, he's need to make a few moves. Spot on. I mean, he's looking very much like a third place finisher unless he gets his bit of traction here.
JP's up to almost 10 million again. It's half the stack that Fabio has though.
$100,000.
JP folds the button. It's blind on blind now.
All in.
And he moves all in from the small blind, and Fabio's quickly out the way. Robert moved in, like he has to now, Gary, with just about nearly 2.
Yeah, for sure. He's snap up, and I mean, what he's trying to do here, of course, we've spoken about several times, is realise the fold equity, i.e. the strength of the stack versus obviously the size, which gives it the strength versus the other stacks. If he's got 4 million and the rest of them have got 40 million, it's an easy call. If he's got 4 million and the other guy's only got 8, it's a difficult call. You know, we're talking about fold equity. When you've got nothing left in your stack, anybody's going to snap you off with anything.
100,000 to play.
Yeah, he's got ace-jack now on the button, so that'll go across the line
That
as well.
is definitely a shoving hand. I mean, he's going to clean up both the blinds here. Triangle will
All
come
in.
forward. Fabio will look at his cards. He's not going to get looked up by Fabio. Round to JP.
That was a little blow of air.
5-7, and Robert's doing exactly what he needs to do. Picking up 1 million chips there.
David Olivier giving shout out to JP, say keep going JP. That was when he was a little shorter and then he got the big double up.
Next turn. Next turn.
So old honeycomb poker tone David here says keep it going JP.
100,000.
That was just on the stream after JP had the big double up after he was short stacked and got back in it.
Next turn, 250,500. Short.
JP in the small blind, King 8. He raises again.
Raise, it's 1.2.
It's going to be a standard thing. He's going to put a lot of pressure on to Robert. Robert 10-4 offsuit. Not much he can do at all. This is going to become a standard pattern now. Until we find two hands clashing. JP on the button. Fabio posted
Yeah,
the big blind.
255. Blind are up, 255, say 50 more. Thank you. 500 to play, 500,000 to play.
Let's go to the line 6. So round to Robert. Pocket 8. That's definitely going in.
All in.
4-3 suited for Fabio, cannot call. He needs to show one. There we go. Good man. Just to buy some credibility. I'm not just shoving anything.
Yep. And I think he was right to show that. You're absolutely right. Right, decent holdings. Trying to spin it up here a little bit. His current chip count is now up to 5,320,000.
Yeah, so he's chipped up nearly 2 million in the last rotation and a half.
Sorry for the pause there. I have to lean across and look at the technical screens over there. They're the guys controlling totals.
500,000.
So Robert on the button now, Jack 7. That one won't be playable.
Fold.
Folds it.
500,000.
Fabio, small blind. 6 deuce, that'll go into the muck. He'll give JP a walk.
Yep. JP will take that all day. So plenty of posturing. I mean, obviously Robert's the man who's got to get his money across the line. He's got 10 bigs in the danger zone. I mean, JP's got 10 million and he's got 19 bigs. You've got to love it, haven't you?
Yeah, day 3.
Oh dear. He did say it was going to get a bit flippy.
Having said that, there's still a lot of playability here if you look at it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, let's just remind ourselves they were playing for 122,000 or 182,000 or 282,000. So there was 60,000 rand, 100,000 rand jump there. So it's a lot of cheddar, and that'll buy you a couple of Jägermeisters and a couple of bags of chips as well.
Oh. 150 more.
Or as George Best once said, what are you going to do with the money? I'm going to spend it on hookers and cocaine and waste the rest. A real quote from the famous George Best of Manchester United.
Check a raise.
So it's limp pot here now, blind on blind. JP didn't raise this time. Was looking for a good flop with a 7-6 suited.
So 10 King Jack, a little gutsy, no, up and down here for Robert.
Yeah, nothing for JP.
And the backdoor spades.
So now JP's going to bet it, and Robert's not going to fold here.
Better
I'm surprised we shoved it. I think that's a good shoving position.
I think it's a great shoving position.
I think he puts it in. I would. Let's see.
600,000.
I mean, you might be thinking this up. Maybe I'm behind here, but I can catch up. Should I just flat call and try and trap and get there, or should I make him pay for the last 2 cards? That's kind of where the head is.
And Hilly says, people stop encouraging them. You're talking about Ralston and Domin. Oh, goodness gracious.
And he's thinking, I've fooled for 3 days here. Is this the moment? Do I just call it off? Can I get there? If you knew if you knew what JP had, this money would have been in a long time ago. I mean, it's not a disaster if he flat calls here either.
No.
Unless JP spikes well, a 6 is no good to him, a 7. It's interesting, he's taken such a long time over decisions that for 600.
Yeah, because his concern is, do I shove it or do I just flat call? That's the big debate.
That's it.
There it goes.
That's what he had to do, all in. Back to JP, which will be an insta fold. Yeah, and JP gives it up. I think he'll be relieved about that.
And JP will say those chips that are burnt on the flop, if I raised pre, I'll probably get rid of him.
I just realised, well, this charger isn't working.
Oh, Gary showed me the end. The charging end is unplugged. So JP will be on the button.
To play. 500,000 to play.
10-9 suited, nice hand.
I like this hand. It's not a shoving hand, but I like it.
Yeah, it's a raising from the button hand. That's Nevs in the background there talking to Kramer.
Raise. 1.1 million.
Also pretty looking, but now you're facing the raise.
Yep, they're. He's small blind there, I can give this up. Oh, big blind for Fabio. Oh, here we go. Time for a fight. Money goes in here, maybe. Certainly a re-raise.
$1.1, 600,000 more to play. 1.1, sir. Call.
Interesting that he's elected to flat call, Gary.
Yeah, strange. Maybe that's the reason.
Wow, wow. That's a huge flop for JP. JP's putting the money in here.
Yeah.
It's going to be checked to him when he's putting it in. He's too strong. He's flopped
Well,
a
he
pair.
can he's repping the ace, but in actual fact, he's got a monster. Oh, look, he's going to try and milk it a bit. How much is in the pot? 3 million. I mean, he can shove here. I mean, I like a raise. Or a bet, should I say? Yeah.
Bet. 2 million.
Bet is 2 million.
No. Fabio's got to decide, did he hit that ace or did he hit the 9 or has he got a draw? Well, the truth is, he hit the 9 and he's got the draw.
So you're in serious trouble, sir.
Yeah.
Only 1 8 available because there was an 8 folded.
And that's a great fold.
Fold.
Good job.
Having said that, if you'd have put the money in pre,
the 9-10 goes away.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if I'm the big stack and I've got pocket 8s and you raise me from the button, I'm putting you all in.
Yep.
100%. But Fabio's playing his style and it's working for him. He's got he's got 20 million chips.
No criticism.
Top 3. So no criticism whatsoever. It's just our opinion and what we would do.
That's it.
And that's what we are here for, to provide commentary, enhance the viewer's experience, and give our opinion.
And tell these people when they're doing it wrong. Just kidding, guys.
Oh, goodness.
So off we go. Hand number 97 of the day.
500,000 to play.
And our 10-9 suited again on the button, with hearts this time for Robert.
It's not a shoving hand, as we said earlier. Maybe he's one of the school that says, if I shove with suited connectors 10-9, my cards are going to be live to any ace, jack, ace, king, ace, queen. You never know.
That was old Harrington on Hold'em.
That's it.
Shove suited connectors if folded to you, or if you to act first. First in vigorous and all.
Call.
Oh, wow.
400,000 to play.
Okay, that is an interesting line.
This will also be an interesting line.
If the alarm bells go, why is he limping the button?
Yep. So if Fabio just flats here, what does he do?
No. To call.
I think he said call, didn't he?
He said, is that just a call? And
No, is it just a...
so he calls as well.
Check or raise.
Right to JP, what have we got? Oh no, we're sweating. He checks. Wow, this is the first time we've seen it's just been limped and checked.
Your family pot 3 ways, yeah.
There's your hearts for Mr. Robert.
Did JP get any part of that flop? We will find out shortly. He's looking at chips. I think he's counting out 2 million there. Okay, 1.5.
That is 1.5 million.
Why'd you call pre-flop with 10-9 of hearts?
To get a flop with hearts.
Or a straight draw?
Or a
Or
straight
both.
draw, or both. And so what is your
Ideally, he wants the up-down with the flush draw, which is the 15 out, 60%. But
yeah, that's in a perfect world.
in a perfect world, that did happen.
He's got the flush draw though.
And based on the information available, he's 54%, slightly less than that, but
all in.
There we go. That was the right move there, now he thinks. Fabio can get away from this now, I'm sure.
Yeah, he hasn't
Nothing
got-
for him there. Across to JP. I think JP's got a queen here.
Yeah, he's definitely got a queen because he contemplated raising pre-flop, but that
Put up
limp
on
from the
9,
button
20.
has got him concerned.
20. Yes, sir.
.920 was the count.
Carefully counting out what he'll have left afterwards. Okay,
6-5.
there. Oh, okay.
Bottom pair.
Call.
Wow, what a call. He's ahead.
So we go to the flop cam. He worked out that it could be a flush draw.
Well, this is some call.
This is an amazing call.
Let's see. Boom,
Oh,
like a baby.
Like a good thing, it comes straight away. And JP doubles up Robert Cowley for the third time.
Sure, that was a hero call note. I mean,
Yeah, it
JP was right, of course, but Robert hits his card.
Yeah, so that is the third time that Robert Cowley has benefited from JP with a double up.
And JP will be down to 4,036,000. 360,000. Yes, yes, man. 4 million. Now
Good man,
he's
sir.
he is definitely the shorty.
Looks like he's got a bit more there if I look at his stack. That's 4, 5, 6. That looks like over 6 million there. There's 2 million, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million.
$500 to play.
So he's got close to 7 million there. Still, so that would have impacted the
1.5.
call.
Yep.
Did you say 1.5, sir? Raise to 1.5. 1 million more to play.
JP out the way with a small blind after it was raised by Fabio from the button.
So JP's count of 3.8 million is actually wrong there. We'll get that sorted.
I'll try and double that, or not quite.
Hold.
So Fabio will pick that one up. So Robert Cowley on 12 million. He's closed up on Fabio, who's on 15 million. And by my reckoning, JP's got about 6.5 million, maybe no, a little bit more.
Yeah.
Probably closer to 6.5, between 6.5 and 6.8 million.
6, or just over 6. Did you get that? $500,000. 150 more to play.
So King 9 suited for Robert Cowley in the small blind. We're just adjusting the chip counts here.
Blind on blind, but he should be raising here. There we go. Counts it out.
Rates 1.5 million. 1 million more to play.
Raises to 1.5 million. And Fabio folds, and Robert Cowley will pick up the pot.
$500,000 to play.
Okay. Congratulations, everybody. We've reached hand 100 for the day.
Jenna, it's been an exciting 100 hands, Gary.
It is indeed.
A lot of action. This table has been a long final table.
I did take the over on 100 hands.
We had a couple of quick eliminations, and then we've had the solid grind in the middle, and then we've had some coolers, some sickies.
Jaco Portuguesa, he took his message back.
Rates 1.5.
I did not see it.
1.5.
Don't be shy, Jaco. Tell us what you think.
Fold.
That's folded.
So Robert raised the button there with the king 3 suited, takes down the hand, flexing a little, as he should do from the button.
$500 to play, $500,000 to play.
JP gives that one up. So Robert gets a walk. How fortunes changed. A short while ago, Robert was on fumes there, just over 3 million, and he's sitting quite comfortably now.
You are now on a 15-minute break. 15-minute break in the freeze-out. Can I ask all guests when you finished your hand, please leave the poker area so we can sanitize and clean up?
Hold, 500,000 to play. 250 more.
The players in the background with 7K freeze-out on break now. So Robert Cowley in the small blind, thinking here is what to do. There's Gary Bakos, if I saw Clint Popescu, yes, the two of them always together.
Gary Bakos knocked me out of the Emerald Kevin Khalil tournament.
Yeah, and he ended up winning it. He was heads up with our good friend Trevor Fisher Jr., the pro golfer.
Dominated, and he spiked a flipping set on me.
Yeah, you had pocket kings, I believe.
Yeah, queens. Well, this is interesting. We don't know what Robert's cards are, but I'm pretty sure they're more in his range than they are in Fabio's, given the cards I can see.
big
What is
fold.
1.5 million?
Nothing for Fabio there. Quick fold. You won't procrastinate.
Yeah, 1.5. And the fold of the reds.
So, as I said, the swings of it.
Sorry.
Robert Carley from the short stack a little while ago when they were three-handed is now the chip leader.
Oh, wow. So shout out to Times Square here at the casino and the resort here, Maslow Hotel. And of course, Sunbet, our sponsor. Thank you for your continued support and supporting the Sunbet Poker Tour of South Africa.
$500,000 to play.
Ace-8 suited for Robert on the button.
This was a shoving hand not so long ago.
Yeah, nice chip leader. He'll just pick up one of those green stacks, I'm sure. Meanwhile, blinds have gone up, have they? 250, 500 with a 500 big blind ante.
They have.
$1.25 million in the pot pre-flop. He raises.
Wait, so 1.5 million.
Fabio's going to have a look. Queen 6 suited, small blind. Probably a getaway from this.
1 million more.
He likes to play the suited cards in that
million.
Yeah, I mean, he likes to defend his blinds, but he's got JP to his left with a short
1.5
stack,
total,
which should be a major consideration. Looks like he's going to pull a bit of a move here.
There's his brother. David looking on. He's playing the 7K freeze. Also played this event. Yeah, there's the move.
Raise. $4.1 million. 4,100,000.
Round to JP. Oh my word, look at this. Now he's in a tough spot. If it wasn't, he would have shoved. But now he's faced with a raise, re-raise. His ace-9 doesn't look half as good.
The only thing you could do, my friend.
It is based on the action.
Background to Robert. You will have to consider this. He's got a suited ace here. That's quite a strong holding.
He will have position post-flop. But I really fancy that if Fabio hadn't have 3-bet there,
oh, JP would have been all in.
JP would have been all in.
Yeah, for sure.
And ahead. There's Evro standing close by. Nice to see him up for the series.
The other one nearly broke my neck when he hugged me.
Ever smiling Evro.
When he gets out with Dominguez and Jonathan Khalil and those lots, then they're trouble, those lot.
Call.
Oh, well, he won't be happy to see that, Fabio, I'll tell you now.
No, when you're pulling a move and you get called, you're not happy. There's a lot of cheddar in there now, as our good mate Clayton will say. Big pot here now. 9.2 million in the pot, Gary.
Huge. One of these gets knocked out. Look at that flop for the clubs.
Wow. If Fabio continues here, I don't think Robert gets away from
bets.
that. He didn't the previous flush draw and he got there.
The only way he gets him off is to shove.
Check a bet.
He checks. Action on Robert. Checks
He's
behind.
almost free rolling here, Rob. He's just got to dodge
Yeah.
the sixes and the queens.
Two of hearts doesn't help
Check a bet.
Fabio. He's probably going to have a stab at it now.
That is 2 million.
Yeah. Has a stab at it, 2 million.
He's not folding for 2 million. He's got a nut flush.
That is 2 million.
And an ace high here. I mean, the ace high could be good.
2 million bet.
He asked the question, how much? 2
I
million.
mean, in his mind, the 2 million can,
Yep,
sorry,
that's
the ace
right,
high should still be good.
Yeah. He's reaching for chips.
Yeah, he was never
Raise.
folding.
Oh, rather, sorry.
No, that's a call.
Call, rather, sorry. Call.
If they miss the club in the river, Fabio has to shove.
13 million.
As long as there's no six or queen, we'll see. 7 of spades is a brick.
Check a bet. Check.
Checks it.
Checks it. He's given up on the hand. Check behind.
He's gotta
Fabio
show.
doesn't want to show his hand. He says, you
Yes,
have to
to
show
show.
first. Queen
Both
eye.
cards there, both cards.
Both cards you have to play.
Both
And he
cards.
folds.
Max.
You marking. You showdown and marking the rest.
And
He
JP
showdown,
would have
you
won the
show
hand.
speed and then mark the other one.
Oh, these ace 9.
He doesn't mind showing, he was winning anyhow.
No.
The dealer's insisting you have to open your cards. There's nothing wrong with him insisting.
Must
The
I
rules
open them?
allow for it. However, he shouldn't be obliged to.
Oh.
The manners are that you shouldn't have to do it.
It's open. All right, no.
If it's an all-in situation, then they have to do it to show there's no collusion. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That was a huge pot, Gary.
Yeah.
That is the biggest pot of the tournament.
Without a doubt. Big swing.
Fabio tried. Pulled the move.
Small blind and big blind.
So Fabio tried a strong move there, came unstuck, ran into the nut flush draw that wouldn't fold, or shouldn't fold either.
500.
On the button now, so he shed a few chips there.
Cool.
JP's all in.
All in.
Oh, identical hands. It's going to be all in call.
It'll be a call and we'll spend time chopping it up.
It should be a call.
Call.
Okay. I'm standing up ready for the chop shop dance. Can only be sick if we see lots of diamonds or lots of spades here. Or lots of hearts even.
There's a king for both players. So
Yeah, that's it.
chop it up.
Everybody loves to chop up.
Dealers and players in the high roller, your blinds are
Bradley
up.
Song.
4,000, 8,000, 8,000 on the ante.
Take the money back, split up the blinds, done.
Yeah.
So the winner there was JP because he got half his big blind as well.
Yeah, he got half the ante.
Yeah, the ante, sorry, yeah.
He picks up half the ante.
JP made a profit. Pretty standard. I actually don't know how long it is to the end of the level, but I've got a rough guess. So I'm saying about 8 to 9 minutes.
And that should be a break, if I'm not mistaken.
Big blind, sir. 500,000.
I'm sure they can find the timing screen there somewhere.
500,000 to play.
So JP on the button, Queen 5 offsuit.
All in.
He moves all in, Gary. Interesting. Making a move here.
I think he needs to.
I was thinking either I make moves or go out third anyway. So I might as well spin it. Jack 8 for Fabio. 3.7 million to call, and he's just taken a big knock he can't call. So JP sensing that it was the right time to do that, picks up the blinds and the antes, which will be quite welcome as he's about to post the big blind along the ante. 1 million you are putting in when you post your big blind now. Half a bar for the blind, half a bar for the ante.
Ladies and gentlemen, please out, you can start taking your seats again. Ladies and gentlemen, your prize pool is now up and available to you. First place 637,000, second place 457, third 273, fourth 162, fifth 134, and going down from there. We've been paying 10 places in the high roller. 10 places in the high roller.
So we heard in the background that the high rollers prize pool has just been announced. They're playing 10 places, which means that field got up to 100, Gary.
Perfect. Perfect. Right, 36,000,074. In the muck, leave it up to the blinds. Fabio is Jack 7.
50,000 more to play.
He throws them away, give JP a walk.
Yeah, gets a walk.
250k, thanks a lot, I'll take it.
And save your own big blind and ante, which is 1 bar.
Exactly.
So a nice prize pool for the high roller. That went well excess of 2 million. There was $1 million guaranteed. So I'm sure the organizers are over the moon with that. Sunbet as well.
Oh.
Testament to the whole crew out there. Mark and his team. Candice, Caitlin, Big Davey.
All in.
Well done, guys.
All in for JP with a Queen 10 here.
Yeah, blind on blind. Nothing for Robert to call with.
Cool.
JP will profit a little bit more in the shape of $1 million. I can't believe I'm saying $1 million's a little bit now.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, out, your blinds are now.
But he's doubled up in the last few hands just by stealing blinds and antes. Gone from 3 million to over 6 million again. Right, have a look at his stack there. He's closer, yeah, 6.7, closer to 7 million, I thought. And he's on the button. Okay, this hand's a bit on the dodgy side. 8-3 suited.
I don't think he'll get involved here.
Cool. 250,000 more to play.
A small blind, King 3 suited, Robert Carley. I'm sure he's going to raise this.
I reckon he's just going to complete. Do you know that? No. He said all in, I think.
Yeah, he did.
I think he's going to complete and he shoves in 20-odd million. What do I know?
Max pressure onto Fabio because Fabio's taken a knock against him. There's ICM considerations. So Robert Cowley, 36 million now, Gary.
Yeah, I must.
It can't be quite 36 million.
I must just give a shout out to Adrian Padiacci, who sent me a personal message just saying what a wonderful job we're doing. and congratulating the Monster Jam Poker and obviously Mark Joseph and his team, but of course Sunbet as well. So thanks, Adrian, for your words.
Oh, 150 more to play.
So Fabio, 6.7 million, moves all in with the ace-6. JP folds. Yeah, Jack 10, can't call there. So Fabio on 8 million.
Small blind, big blind.
JP just over 5 now. Oh, 6, there's 6 there, I can see 6.
$500,000 to play.
So Fabio on the button, 8-6 offsuit. Folds that. JP, pocket 8, all
Money
in.
goes in. Money goes in. Let's see what the boys have got. 6-4 for Robert. He's probably not going to call him here.
No.
It would actually be quite insulting if he did, I think.
Highly unlikely.
Fabio has already folded. So another million for JP.
Yeah, tidy profit. Pick up $1 million every time.
Oli.
JP again, king 9 this time.
So we corrected Robert's chip count, by the way, there. It was 24, not 34.
Fold.
When we deal with numbers over
Call.
with more than 4 digits, we have a
Fabio calls. So Jack 10 suited versus the king 9. JP at risk.
There's a 9.
Oh, but the up and down for Fabio.
But never easier. 6 is no good. Looking for 7s, 10s, jacks and queens.
Oh, and he knocks JP out with a 7 on the river.
Suck out on the river. And JP will be out.
JP is eliminated. They're going to do the chip count, but from what our count is,
Yes,
he
just
is
leave this,
eliminated in 3rd spot.
We will just check. We have to do the count.
And your Jack 10 doing the damage, Gary.
Yeah, don't blame me. There's nothing to do with me.
It was a big call. Your whole stack almost for Jack 10 suited. Somebody shoving into you. He was behind. And he found it on the river.
I'm just counting this.
Big Dave there auditing. Tournament director doing his job. Make sure the chip count is correct.
So it's 1, 2, 2.5, 2.6, 2.7, 2.8, 3 million, 2.68, 9, 4 million, 4, 4.
Okay, so
Yep.
JP has changed. So JP is not eliminated in 3rd spot.
We'll take them up during the break, sir. You'll step them up during the break in 22 seconds.
JP sitting on about 2.7 million. Yes, buzzer going.
Last hand for this
Lines
level.
to go up in this tournament.
Ladies and players in the little stand, you are now on a 15-minute break. Ladies and players in the little stand, complete their hands on, and you are on a 15-minute break.
So we will be going on a 15-minute break. When this hand is
500.
concluded, the blinds will go up. Fabio on the button.
Hold.
There's Robert Canelli's on the button there. Robert Carly. Fabio moves all in with the ace-8. JP, oh, it's the hands are not quite right. Let's race his JP. So the last hand before the break, ace-8 versus queen-8. JP needs help, and a queen was folded by Robert Carly. And he still finds it. So only aces out there now. And JP gets a double up. So we will be going on a 15-minute break. Chip stacks will be verified during the break. And join us in 15 minutes' time.
Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say.
For the die-hard fans. or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za.
Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Sunset.
For the die-hard fans. Or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game.
Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za.
Hello, welcome back. 15 minutes have gone quick.
Yeah, they fly by, Gary. We've got a lot to do, chip counts to get, run for comfort bait, etc., in that 15 minutes.
That's why I'm still panting.
Loud and clear.
Okay, so we'll get the graphics up on the table here. The blinds are 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante.
Unless it's a queen. You can group with a queen.
Option to raise.
Okay, so there's a call, a fold, and a check. I don't know why Robert was checking there, actually. He confused me.
He's in the big blind, not in the D.
Yeah.
Check. Oh.
So the D is actually was on Fabio.
Take a bit.
It's been checked down, and the king high will be good.
King.
And Robert will take in another pot. And I caught up with him in the break, and he said he's loving the experience. He doesn't get to play much poker, and he's absolutely just thinks this is an amazing experience, and he's enjoying every minute of it.
Yeah, I saw him come back to the stage. I said, I'm surprised you're even still here. He said, so am I. Chip in a chair. Good man.
Yeah, he went from the shortest stack and in serious trouble to being our chip leader.
Okay, so a small blind will be Robert this time. Big blind will be Fabio. Blinds have gone up. It's 300, 600. 600 on the big blind ante. That's 1.5 million chips in the middle every rotation. And you only get one rest every rotation, which is the button, which is what we're looking at now. Queen 3 suited. These all in.
All in.
Jack 6 for Robert. I can't call with that. He might just give up his small blind here. Fabio is probably more likely to call. He's heavily invested. Round to Fabio. Borderline call. I think he'll give them away. Yeah, he's only got 5.7 million also, so the short stack's trying to survive here.
Yeah, but he did call his tournament life with Jack 10 to JP's previous all-in with the King 9. Which was
Maybe he's a Jack 10 man like me.
Yeah, it could be. Jack 10 and it was suited.
Oh, well, it's got to go in.
It's still a big call for your tournament life, Gaz.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just tongue-in-cheek. Okay, so small blind Fabio. Bad news for JP. That means he's the big blind, so that's going to cost him 1.2 million of his stack.
Yeah. That is seriously heavy now. JP said it was flippy earlier. Well, it's about hyper flippy now. Unless you're Robert Carlian sitting on 22 million. And ace queen. So do you fancy a raise from here or just put enough to put them all in?
22 million.
Yeah.
With 600,000 is 36 bigs.
Okay, look, he's running to ace king behind.
Yep, well, that'll go in.
So that was always happening.
Call.
Well, it's all in the call.
JP looks down at jack 10.
And he can get out of the way and hope that his mate next to him gets knocked out.
Yeah, that will be the thing. Shows you the jack 10 because he knows.
Well, he actually knows that Henny stood behind him. I think that's why he showed it. Right, let's get back to the flop.
So Fabio is well in front.
And let me tell you now, JP will be hoping to see a queen here.
Yeah, he's rooting for the ladies to come.
Eight, 9, 9.
So split pot possibilities as well now.
122,000 round hand this.
More split pot possibilities. And there is the split pot, Gary.
Chop it up. Everybody loves a chop pot.
Except Fabio shakes the head. Shakes the head, not happy.
Well, that's not a good result for Fabio. It's the second best result for JP. Who
and Robert Carley will be quite pleased.
Yeah, Robert's not overly fussed when he's got 37 bigs. Fabio and JP down in the danger zone. Little fist bump there between the warriors.
So Fabio on the D, let's go of the queen deuce. JP small blind 8-7.
What do you think? Not strong enough to...
Not strong enough to shove. Not into the big stack. As it was, he would have got it through. You know, the problem is that you're shoving into the big stack that can call you quite marginally, and then you're 8 high. I mean, I know there's the argument from some that'll say you take your chances and you put it in because there's so much money in there and you're so short stacked. It works either way.
Indeed it does. You need to be able to feel the pulse of the table. Okay, so JP on resting on the button. He'll be first to act. 10-8 goes in.
All in.
5-2 goes out from the small blind. Let's see what Fabio's got.
Call.
Well, we didn't see his cards, but we're going to see them now. Looks like he's got an ace or something there.
Pocket fours.
Pocket fours. Okay, so JP's got 2 overs, and we're racing. 51.49. There's a 10.
JP goes ahead. 2 outs now for Fabio.
There's a 7. So he's a 5%er. One of the 2 remaining fours is all. There's another 10 for JP, and he will ladder up to 5.2 million.
Dealer doing the counts. Get a gain of 5.2 million, so sure.
Okay, let me count.
Yeah.
JP's.
This total would be 9.4, which was the pot size, of course. Gives him some fighting chips. And that was a very much a classic flip there, 49.51.
Yeah, it's going to leave Fabio very, very, very short, Gary.
Yeah, 1.4 million. Which is not a lot when the blinds are 600, 600, or 300. Yeah, so a big blind is basically all in.
Yeah, he's going to be in the small blind now, so a lot of that's going to go into the middle in his small blind.
Okay. No, no. You're talking about how I... All right. You know me, Jip.
So Fabio looks down, he's counting out how much he's got left after he posts the blind. He has to put 300,000 in now. Well, 150 in, yeah? That's 300, 600, so 300,000.
Just 300 to 600.
So sure.
So it's 300,000 this time, and 600. So he will be blinded out if he doesn't win this next hand or the hand after it.
Robert on the button. Jack 4. He's just calling. With Jack 4 off.
60, all in.
He's going to push it all in. Fabio, King, King. JP will get out of the way here.
Call. No, you still have a player.
Robert has already called out a turn.
Yeah, JP calls.
How much more can you call?
103.
Okay.
Yeah. No, wait. No. Yes.
Yeah, it's called two betting players. They both called to knock him out.
I don't think JP did call. Let's just go to the
400 and 500,000. 950, yes.
Okay, he did call. I think if he'd have realised that Robert called out a turn, he might have folded those. In fact, Robert doesn't have any cards. Oh, he does. There we are. I was looking at the wrong box.
950. 40. Right.
I know you folks are going to check it down. Although this is another one of those tacit understandings normally, but it's certainly not a rule.
And Fabio just enlightens it for them if they weren't sure.
There's a 9 for JP and a queen for Fabio.
Check.
7, so JP needs a 9 or a 7.
Oh,
and JP will take it down.
JP takes it down, eliminates Fabio.
9.
And Fabio will leave us, and we will take a short pause while we set up the table for final table.
A big round of applause for Fabio Corneli coming third in the 5K.
JP, what's my name? What's my name? Do you have it? Do you have a deal? I'm asking. 1, 2, 3. There. What do you need help from?
Move them off the stage. So 3 in an angle, 3 straight up. 2 and?
So it's 2 and 8. Oh. Yeah.
Small blind, button, first class. You get it?
Boom,
First class
boom.
here. Small blind button, first class.
Why do you have, Dave? I wanted to ask. I saw that, but why do you have like different sets?
Because I don't have enough of the oranges. I do, but they're somewhere deep in the cage. They're too much high everywhere.
Okay. In 10 minutes or so.
Do you want to count while we're here? Yes, do that, Tim. Just so we're good for the
Can I quickly run to the loop, Dave? Good. Apa cukup? Timen. Kira mana ki baraka la kutu.
SBT this week, and you have just come third in the Little Slam. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And it's been quite a long tournament. It is a very long structure, but I think that's what people love about us. Tell us, how do you feel about the structure?
No, fantastic. It gives you an opportunity to play and to enjoy yourself. It's not only gambling, but gives you time to make different moves and at times get lucky as well.
And speaking of moves, were there any make or break hands that you had during the tournament to get you to the top three?
Wow. Not really. Yes, there was actually. I had a 7 all in against pocket queens, and I was fortunate enough to spike 2 sevens. So yeah, so I was very fortunate there, and otherwise it would have been my tournament out. Would have been in the money, but not as high as I am now.
I suppose we all have to get lucky at some point in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't, there's no way you can win a tournament of this nature. Yeah.
And there's 2 players left. Who's your money on for the win after sitting with them for such a long time at the final table?
Wow. JP, I feel he's a stronger player, and it's only my personal view from what I've observed in this particular tournament. I didn't play too much with the other chap, but I find JP a very strategic and awesome player.
Okay, well, congratulations on your cash. Will there be any other events you're taking part in this week?
Yeah. So I've still got a re-entry for the main event. Yeah, so we'll try there and try the main event.
Definitely want to shoot for that 5 million guaranteed, hey?
Yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations, Fabio. As for you guys at home, we will return with heads up play shortly, and we will be crowning the winner of the Little Slam this evening.
Boom, boom, right? Then boom, boom. Then from there into the business, when I start there, to ask. You never start on the button. Yeah? Never. This is why they say last cut to the deep. They tell you. So always, I know, the deep, the button, it doesn't matter where it is. It can be in heaven, it always gets the last cut. It's in heaven, you will have a problem. This is the first time I deal on this. It's actually quite nicer than the other. And it's more, it's got more.
Right, welcome back after the short break setting up. We are in our heads-up match. JP Oakes versus Robert Cowley. JP with ace jack here.
Big hand right off the bat.
180 to call.
JP has raised it.
So JP raised to 180,000.
Raise. Oh, 208. 1.8.
Raise is to 1.8 million.
1.8 million. Call.
And there's the
Okay.
call
Let's
by
go.
Robert Cowley. So we go 2 to the flop. 2 big hands right out the bat here, Gary.
Check up it.
So Robert has missed the flop, but he's first to speak. He's got the betting lead. And he puts in a bet. And he has a big bluff out the bat, Gary. Robert with the betting lead. Reps on that flop.
We go back to JP.
Two five. Two. No, I said 2.5. Definite. 100%. 2.5 million to call.
So JP raised to 1.8. It was called. And straight away, Robert Cowley has donk-led in. Just the 2 overs and the backdoor clubs. And he folds the ace-jack face up. Robert Cowley doesn't show him, and he bluffs it.
That hand had a lot of potential there, but nobody hits anything. So
yeah, and Robert donk led into it, and he was the pre-flop caller.
I did see.
So he takes a chunk off JP straight away.
Big blind, JP.
Okay, so now I'm what, 300?
Yes, sir.
Well, that is the lovely trophy that they are playing for, the Little Slam Trophy on the Sunbet Poker Tour here at Times Square in Maine, the beautiful Maslow Hotel. So JP in the big blind.
200 to call.
So Robert Cowley in the small blind on the D's. 5-7, 300,000 to call. He limps in.
Option to raise.
JP with the option.
I think he might check this.
Yeah.
Check.
Yep. So we'll go to the flop. The irony of it, last time they got small cards when they had big ones, now they get big cards because the small ones, huh?
The irony and the nature of the game. But JP
Always
has
the same.
hit. And in a limp pot, anytime you hit.
Oh, I'm sure he's got a bet here. Nice trophy sitting there. It's a lovely trophy for the Little Slam. Nice piece of crystal for your mantelpiece.
makes the bet.
$105. 1.5.
That's 1.5 million.
1.5 million to call.
Robert's in the enviable position of sitting there with absolutely air, but knowing that JP could quite possibly be bluffing here. There's a nice shot.
Fold.
JP will take that all day.
And Robert says to him, your 2 is ahead. And he was 100% correct. So good read there by him. He says, but I can't call, I don't have anything. All in Afrikaans. So JP takes in that hand, in the limp pot. So JP Oaks on the D in the small button. Action on JP. 300,000 to call. Oh, nice hand here, ace queen.
300, 600, 600 on the big blind ante. 1.5 million of dead money in the middle from the outset. Is this an all-in? I think it's a raise for sure.
It's definitely a raise. He raised the ace jack the first hand. He got called by king queen and then got bluffed off the hand.
He's going to make him see all 5 cards, which
Yeah.
is exactly what I think he should be doing. And Robert will have no choice but to fold these.
Yeah, he got bluffed off the first one, so he's not going to allow it the second time.
And JP, 1.2 million to the better, gets himself another rotation for free.
The D moves. The dealer who has to work super hard on a heads-up match. So JP posts the big blind and the ante. He's putting in 1.2 million of his chips straight away there.
Yes, expensive hobby.
Very expensive hobby now. Robert Kali, 5 deuce off on the D. And he'll fold that one and give it up without a fight. And
So, talk a little bit about a heads-up play. The aggressor is normally the person who wins, irrespective of what the cards are, unless it's an absolute cooler, or you've bet into kings or some sort of premium hand. It's very rare you'll see cards folded pre-flop in heads-up play, unless you're, and respect to Robert here, unless you're inexperienced in the heads-up play.
Yeah, 100%, Gary. You want to fold very few hands heads up.
Yeah. You want to be seeing flops. I mean, obviously, if you're getting bashed around, then you've got to take the punches and lie down occasionally. But the more you get pushed around, the harder it's going to become for you. So heads-up play is a different animal, a different type of game, and it'd be interesting to see who is the more accomplished and comes out the winner on this side. Because once again, with respect to Robert, I don't know him as well as I know JP. JP, this will not be his first rodeo.
No, JP's played heads up many times.
Okay, so pocket deuces. Any pair's a good pair heads up. I expect to see a raise coming in here. 1.5 million in the pot. That's an all-in.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Let's see what Robert's got. He decides to get rid of it anyhow. So another 1.2 for JP Oates, and you'll see that there, the 19 million versus 14 million. You see how that gap is closing.
Yeah, you see, it's just the experience of heads up. And you know, I often tell amateur players, if you're going to play against someone stronger than you, limp your strong hands and raise your weak ones. It will serve you well against a player that's much better than you heads up.
That sounds like a typical Mark Boertse tactic to me.
It's been effective, Gary.
Yeah, I don't know that it's applicable in the purest form of heads up. But
No. I said if you're playing a player much stronger than you.
Okay. All right, so back to the action on the table. 300, 600. 600 on the big blind ante. Robert is on the D, first card to the big blind, so Robert will be first to act. Queen 4. He settles. JP waiting intently. That's a 2 million stack in his hand.
He realizes he's got to get moving out. JP's taken the last few pots, so he's got the good sense to do this.
That's 1.5 plus whatever's in the middle.
And we're not disrespecting Robert at all. He just has less experience than JP heads up.
He's going to go all in here. We haven't seen his cards yet.
2,100,000. Then there's all in from JP. All right.
So, the exact situation I was speaking about earlier. If they come back at you hard, you've also got to have the ability to lie down, and Robert does.
There we go.
So well played.
He needed to raise there. He lost the first few pots. JP just woke up with a big hand heads up. So JP is getting a bit of momentum going here.
Okay, next hand. JP in the small blind. And on the dealer button. And under the gun. All at the same time.
Yeah, one of the few times that you will always be that, when you heads up.
King 7, reasonably strong holdings here. Expect a min raise minimum from JP.
Decides to limp that one in.
Option to raise. Check.
So we're going to see a flop, family pot. Ace, 8, ace. King high ahead.
Check.
JP should bet here. Unless he feels he's been trapping. All the hearts on board now for Robert.
Check. Check.
So they've checked it down and the king high is good.
Kings.
King high wins. So the gap gets ever closer. Robert will be our dealer button, small blind, and first to act on the next deal. This is hand 126 of the day. It's been enthralling, absolutely enthralling, this contest, since the moment we sat at this table this morning. It's been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I've
enjoyed it very much.
Wonderful poker, and Robert started this heads up very strong, bluffing that first hand, and he's just eased off since then. So let's see if he can apply some pressure back on JP.
To raise.
Limps in, similar hands.
Check.
Both of them 8 high.
Kicker currently playing. Yep.
600,000.
JP bets.
Fold.
Robert folds.
Yep. Given the betting lead, he's going to take it.
Still a lot of play here. They're very even now. JP was quite low down. He's closed that gap. Robert's still out in front by about 3 million.
Action on JP Oates with the ace jack here. Obviously, we're going to see a raise.
1,000 to call.
That's a reasonable size raise.
$1.5 million.
1.5 million.
Pot size raise.
1.5 to call.
King 8 suited. Reasonable holdings. You don't want to be pushing here.
He's reaching two-handed. He's re-popped, I believe. He hasn't done it yet. He's getting them ready. Still behind the line there.
So this looks like 5 million.
There he goes. Makes it 5 million.
$5 million.
Come down to this, JP says.
Yeah, it's a tough fold for JP. Trust me, it's a tough fold.
And all in.
Yeah, it has to go.
Call. Is it a
All
call?
in and a call.
All right.
Ace Jack
Jack
versus
ace.
King 8 of clubs. This could be the pivotal hand of the day.
Big hand this.
Ace in the window.
Yeah, that leaves Robert needing running cards now. That is one of them. A 7 now can help him.
7 and only a 7. JP will take the hand down. And JP Oates will be up to 32 million. And he will be crippled, Robert, at about 1.3.
Done.
No, no, no. He covers. He doesn't cover.
Floor.
Doesn't cover him, I don't think.
Call Dave, please. Defending. And still.
So they're just sorting it out.
And a big round of applause for Robert coming in second, wrapping up these 3 days.
So well played, Robert Cowley. Second place in the Little Slam. He doesn't play often. He's thoroughly enjoyed his experience here. And a very, very credible performance. And he gets a nice chunk of change for his trouble.
He does indeed. 182,427 rand. And 282,387 rand for JP Oates.
And JP Oates takes down another title and a well-deserved winner. Played some really good poker. He went right down on the final table, fought back. Got lucky once and unlucky a few times. So he's a deserved champion, Gary.
Indeed he is.
So they're going to be setting up for the presentation. And we will await for interviews and presentation. So we'll switch. So they're going to set up for the presentation, for interviews, etc. And after that is done and dusted, we will have a short break while the stream runs out, I believe, Gary?
That's right. We'll take a half an hour interlude, maybe a little bit more. And then the plan, as far as I know, is to bring the 30K onto the main table.
Yeah, the high roller, which was so well attended, and we can see players there in the 7K freeze. There's Lydia there, in the front of screen. Next to
Wow.
yeah, Grant is there as well. Grant Canning, got his mate Gary Buckhurst just out there. Doc Lotring's there. There's a virtual who's who there. Chandra Deep, you can see a lot of the players out there that we know. All enjoying the 7K freeze.
So we're just setting up for the interviews now. And
so we're just keeping you with the pictures on the outer tables whilst we are waiting for the presentation and the interviews of the Little Slam. Wonderful event again, fantastic structure, low buy-in, great value. It was an absolutely awesome and amazing table. We had a fantastic final table all day. A lot of action, some bad beats, some suck-outs, some come from behinds, some wonderful play. We had it all.
so there's your trophy. There's the winning hand. There is a plan to interview the players at the table. So we're just setting that up for you now. As I say, the 30K is going on, so that's the high roller. And we're planning to bring you some of that action later on this afternoon. Or should I say this evening. It's now local time, just after 5:30 in the evening. And also notwithstanding the fact that we still have the 7.5K going also.
Yeah, the players on the high roller in the background are on a break. That's why the tables are empty, but you can see all their chip stacks there. So we're still waiting. It's very shortly the presentation will be done.
Just make sure Caitlin's ready. Caitlin, is Caitlin ready? She is. She wants to know. No, they are. Well, who is here? Just Rob. So let's start talking to Rob. Yeah.
So we're going to cut across to Caitlin shortly. She's ready to interview our second placed player, Robert Cowley.
So, Robert Cowley, you are second place after 3 very long days of poker in the Little Slam. First of all, tell us a little bit about how it ended.
Yes, JP, I think his experience counted there. He started putting a lot of pressure on me, and at the end of the day, I think I made a mistake. But yeah, I still enjoyed it. Thanks very much.
And it's quite a long 3 days of poker. It's a very popular structure, and I know that you were planning on taking part in the high roller as well. Are you a little bit bummed that you didn't get to take part in that, but you came second in this?
No, I'm actually very relieved that I didn't have to play there. So hopefully you guys will carry that money over for me to Sun City.
And tell us a little bit about the tournament overall. I mean, like I said, it's a long day. You played with a lot of players. Did you see JP as a contender throughout? Like, who were you watching out for?
Yeah, no, I've been watching JP over the last 2 years, and he's done very well. So he was definitely always a contender. I don't get to play that much, so for me it's all about enjoyment. I play a lot of online poker, so it was good to be in a live tournament and to practice your skills. So yeah, it was nice.
And then one last thing, this is obviously the first SPT event. I know you've played with Monster Jam at other events, and we are looking forward to having a full year of poker. Are you going to be joining us at any other tour stops, and which one are you looking forward to the most?
I'm definitely going to join you if my time allows. I believe you might come to Cape Town, so that will be home base for me. I enjoy going to Sun City. If I've got time to go there, then I'll take my family and play there. But yeah, wherever I can fit a few games in, I'll definitely be there.
Fantastic. Robert, thank you so much for joining us. I know we'll see you in a couple of events later on during the week. Absolutely. Congratulations. Thank you so much for Robert Cowley. And now we've got JP Oakes, our official champion, coming in.
It's great to be here.
I know you've played a lot of events, and I know the trophy and the actual win is really important to you. Talk us through a little bit about your tournament life and what got you to the win.
Well, you get lucky. You have to get lucky a few times. I was chip leader overnight, which is normally not a really good thing for me, and then I was chip leader again. And swings and roundabouts on this table. Players played well with a couple of sick hands, and it came through for me.
And talk us through the final table. It was a really long 3 days, but you guys were also on final table since pretty early this morning, so it's been a long day at final table. Who were you most wary of at the final table? Obviously, even though you were chip leader, you always have to look out for certain people.
Definitely my heads-up opponent, Robert. He played particularly well. He wasn't in the mood for gambling too much. I tried to knock him out once or twice, didn't succeed. So he was certainly, I think, the person that I was most wary of. He looked solid and he looked prepared to take the risks. And it worked for him. I think he played tremendously well.
Well, funny enough, he said something very similar about you, so I think it was a really good matchup at the end. Were any big make or break hands throughout the tournament that got you to where you were?
Yes, there were one or two. One in particular, I had pocket kings. It was limped to me. I limped with the kings. Ace king, big stack, went all in. Pocket jacks went all in. And I called with my kings and they held. That was probably the hand that catapulted me to chip leader on the first day. And that was certainly a big one. And then, of course, a whole bunch of small ones on this table. I mean, you saw them. Swings and roundabouts. You think you're ahead and then the river catches up with you, which makes this game so much fun.
And tell us a little bit about playing on the feature table. Are you one of those players that goes home and watches the stream afterwards and reviews your play and studies stuff like that?
What I do is I try and go and see what hands they were with particular players. I make mental notes, so I go and have a look at that, certainly. I don't watch too much to see how the other players are playing so much as how they played against me. So it's great entertainment. It makes it great entertainment. What is great about it is, I mean, I've got friends and family who can follow it now. People who don't really understand the game, and thanks to Gary and Mark, are learning it more and more, watching the game. So that's awesome. But personally, I don't watch it too much because you start thinking that you can pull off little miracles by with a 9-2 or 9-3, and it teaches you bad habits specifically. But thoroughly enjoyed it, and the feature table is awesome.
Well, yeah, that was actually going to be my next question. Do you think it changes the way that you play when you're sitting at the feature table versus to one of the outer tables?
I think it changes a number of the players for sure. But I can tell you honestly, it doesn't change me at all. I've been fortunate enough to be on the feature table. I mean, the feature table wasn't an innovation from yesterday or the day before. And Monster Jam's had it for a while, and I mean, everybody enjoys watching. So when you get on it, you get a bit more comfortable with it. Perhaps you do have a slight edge. Some people I've heard say they're concerned about looking foolish or silly, but that, as you know, hasn't stopped me from doing foolish and silly things.
Well, I think whatever you're doing, it's working for you. As Robert said, you are consistently getting really good results on the SA poker scene. So congratulations on this win and on the trophy. And I'm sure we'll see you later on in the week for more events.
I certainly look forward to the other events. Yes, you'll certainly see more of me, and I hope to see more of you in positions such as this one.
Definitely. Thank you so much, JP. Congratulations once again. As for you guys at home, we are going to be taking a short break, but the poker will continue on the live stream a little bit later, so stay tuned.
So thank you to the lovely Caitlin there. We're now going to take a short break for about 30 minutes while the stream runs out. We're going to hopefully come back and bring you the 30K or maybe the